Back Norway. React Norway 2025, the sequel to React Norway 2024. And also the prequel, maybe, I don't know, is that a thing? Anyway, yeah, I'm very happy to be here. I'm gonna be your host today. And Bart, can you? Yeah. I'm going to be your host for today. My name is Pedro Miranda, and I'm a senior backend developer at Crystallize, which apparently made me good enough to host React Norway. Crystallize, what the? Yeah. That's just how we roll, yeah. But first, enough about me. I just want to know, get the feel of the crowd. Who's actually here? Please raise your hand if you're Norwegian. Ooh, a lot of locals here. Cool. Raise your hand if you're visiting Norway for the first time. We had a few first-timers. Cool. It's a lovely country here. Also, raise your hand if you're attending your first ever conference. Not so many, right? Yeah, you're all pros here. And last question, raise your hand if you like React. Yeah, you know what's funny? Some people did not raise their hands. What are you doing here? Well, if you don't like React now, you're gonna love it at the end of the day. Did you like this segue? Because we have an amazing set of speakers. So really, you're in for a treat. From real-time stuff, accessibility, server and client, old school, new school. Yeah, we're gonna have a great time. So very quickly, I'm just gonna go through the agenda so we can know what to expect. After I stop talking, we're gonna have the first two amazing talks, and then coffee and networking. After this, 4 more talks and lunch. Then the team of both Eriks will lead up a bit more coffee and networking, and our last set of talks before we leave. And then it's sayonara, see you next year. Or is it? Because we have a party at 7:30. And dinner first as well. But before we get started, you're gonna have to listen to me talking about React. So yeah, this one's gonna be rough. So I'm getting back to React the past few months, and I'm very curious, how do actually people react or actually code in React? I kind of know how we did React some years ago. So I'm just going with the flow, trying to get up to date with React, because it's been a few years now. But I know some front end. For instance, I know that React was released in 2013, 12 years ago. I did the math for you. And in 2013, times were different, for me at least. I don't think I was using Dreamweaver in 2013, but I added for committed key. Hello? Yeah. One more question. Raise your hand if you've never used jQuery. Ooh, Gen Z is in the house. Yeah. Cool. One more thing about the stack I was using back then, Pug. I really liked Pug. It used to be called Jade back then, and it's really cool. In 2013, I was not writing this. I was writing this, which it didn't make me feel like a 10x developer, but like a 1.5x developer. I really liked it, and I still do. I mean, Pug was really cool. It's been a while, but I used to evangelize it a lot. So talking about ways of writing HTML, let's talk about JSX. Some people like it. Some people didn't like it, and now they love it. Some people just don't like it at all. Regardless of what you think about JSX, we can all agree that this is better than this. Which, by the way, if you don't know, This is valid React. You can write code like this. I don't know if you should, but if you do, let me know and let me know how it went. I'm sure your team will love it. Yeah. JSX is awesome. So like I said, React was released in 2013, and it was a long time ago, right? And the world was a different place back then. And I'm going to give you some examples. For instance, 2013, we had GTA 5 just released. 2025, it's enhanced. Yeah, right? Cool. In 2013, the latest Elder Scrolls 5 Skyrim. 2025, Elder Scrolls 4 Oblivion. So what I'm trying to say is, surely React hasn't changed that much. Surely every one of you here, you learned React once, and that was it, right? You never had to relearn it. So let's take a look, right? Let's look at a normal component. Very simple. I think we can all agree with that, if I can understand it. But basically, just it has a paragraph that shows how many times you click the button, and it also updates the title. This would work in React 19. Maybe if we go back before React 19, we'd probably have to update the title like this with a use effect, but it's pretty much the same thing. We can also use a class component, which they are still around. I don't know for how long they will be around. We're kind of not encouraged to use them. Are you using class components? Yeah, no one is using. I think they're still relevant though for error boundaries, but I don't really know what that means. So anyway, in 2013, you can forget about TypeScript. We're getting there. Would this work in 2013? Not really. Forget about ES6 classes. And forget about like writing functions like this, function properties. No, that's not happening. Of course, arrow functions were not a thing. Oh, and also, oh, I got lost. Yeah, so ES6 classes were not a thing. This would not work anyway, because the handle click, the way I'm passing the handle click, remember you had to bind this to bind the method. Yeah, the good old times. Yeah. This was when I actually worked with React. A lot of fun. So let's go back in time. React.createClass. We don't need to bind, but we just need to pass an object. And as I was saying, arrow functions were not a thing in 2013. Are we there yet? Not really. There's one thing that we need to change. Do you know what it is? Template strings. They were also not a thing. Unless, was Browserify around back then in 2013? Maybe, I don't know, but your browser definitely could not handle template strings. So, you know, a lot of things change and a lot of kind of stays the same because React kind of changed, but at the same time, the breakthrough ideas of that time are still around. In a world when it came out, two-way data binding was the norm. And you know, the ideas that they brought, like the virtual DOM and JSX even, they were huge breakthroughs. And that's why we kind of still use them, right? So let's talk about state. When React came out, there was we didn't really have a way to handle state, right? So prop drilling all the way, just passing props all the way down and all the way up. That was a bit nightmarish, especially if you had like a medium-sized or a large-sized application. So it was like we were always playing a game of a broken telephone, trying to get information from one way to another, and it was awful, especially without TypeScript. So Facebook, they released Flux. This was the first attempt at solving this problem, and they did well. We got some adoption. I'm not going to go through too much detail, but you can read it on their archives, but you had actions. The actions would go to a dispatcher that would then store the information on a store. You could have multiple, and then it would update the view. So yeah, you had a dispatcher, an action type, action. store, and then the React component. Yeah, it was a bit boilerplate-ish. So, Flux, revolutionary. And archived, yeah, you shouldn't be using this. I don't think you can even use this with modern React, I think. Then we had Redux, which I think was, and will always be cool. And I'm very happy to see that it's still a thing, and much easier to use than it was back then. Again, not going to go into much detail, but Redux, it's essentially this. Wait, this is wrong. It's essentially this. You have an initial state, you feed it the actions, and you calculate the final state. I'm just going to show you how cool Redux is and why I'm happy it's still around. Let me see if I can do this. Yeah, I mean the demo. It's going to be rough. Anyway, this is a Viking on an airplane, and then I have to avoid abstract rectangles. Yeah, that's the lore of my game. So there we go. Oh no, I lost. You know what I can do very easily with Redux? Go back in time. I'm back. You can do not only this with Redux, obviously, but Redux is pretty cool. And funny thing about this demo was after I did the thing to go back in time, I realized that Redux Toolkit exists, and you can plug your app with Redux Toolkit and get this for free, which is great for debugging, and it would also be great to save me time to not have to do that. But anyway, very happy it's still around. Another funny thing about Redux, last week I watched this documentary, which I really recommend if you haven't watched it yet. It's by Cult Repo, formerly known as Honeypot. And it basically goes through how React came to be, the adversity it faced internally at Facebook back then, and the adversity it faced outside of Facebook, right? And at some point, Dan Abramov, the creator of Redux, is featured. And I noticed he explains how Redux came to be and how he presented it for the first time. And I noticed that he also did a game, kind of like what I did, except his game looked better. It was 10 years ago, and he actually created the tool. So what I'm trying to say is great minds think alike. Redux, greatest of all time. So yeah, other options appeared. MobX was also a thing, and I think it still is. And one of the cool things about the other options we had, you know, some of them are just very easy to use. Maybe not very easy to use at a large scale, but it just kind of plug and play nowadays. So, like, the ecosystem just evolved a lot throughout the years. MobX, I rate it a breath of fresh air. And finally, around 2018, React kind of came out with a native way of handling state, which was, a lot of people were requesting it, so they came up with the context API, and also hooks, which I guess it's what everyone is using nowadays. Now, which hooks everyone is using, that's up to you, but they're still around, and they've been very successful. So with context API, you probably all understand this better than me, but you just create your provider, you wrap your components around your provider, and then you can just use context, which is probably great to trigger a lot of re-renders. I don't know. You will know this better than me. So context API and hooks, it's nice and standardized. But anyway, I could go on forever. I could talk about, there's a lot more, right? I could talk about Jotai, Zastand. Is that how you pronounce it? They have a nice logo. Recoil, which is archived now, I believe. Other things, React Router, Tanstack Router, or anything Tanstack. React 3.5er, Jests, and other testing tools. We've barely scratched the surface. And that's why we have a lot of speakers for today, because they will actually go in depth. So, I just want to say thank you. We've all kind of come a long way. We've all contributed in one way or another to this amazing community, And that's why we are here today. React has evolved a lot in the past 12 years. I'm very curious to see how it will keep evolving. So let's see what the speakers of today have to show about how powerful React is nowadays. I just want to ask you one thing for today. I knew this joke would be amazing for those that have watched the show, and a lot of people are very confused right now. You should watch Severance. Not now, but tomorrow, yeah. So, yeah, that's it for me. Let's get this thing started.
All right, awesome. Yep, please do.
Wait. All right, sorry. Wait, Johannes, you want to set it up? One Bart, can you lower? Yeah. So let me just introduce our first speaker. I'm kind of nervous and I forgot to introduce you, but you can set up your stuff.
Yeah,
our first
I'm
speaker.
Nervous too.
Yeah. He's actually no stranger to React Norway. He was here, he was in React Norway in 2022, where he talked about client-side code generation with OpenAPI. So that was a breakthrough back then. Look at where we are right now in 2025. So I'm curious to see what he has to show today. It has something to do with real time and some WebSockets thrown into the mix. Anyway, please, Johannes Brodwall.
Thank you. So I think there was a program update. How long do you want me to? How long do you want to listen to me?
35.
Come again?
35.
35 minutes. All right. So good morning, everybody. Did anybody of you notice that right next door to us, the Norwegian Red Cross is having a meeting? And I don't know really what the meeting is about, but I would not be surprised if it involves the fact that the Red Cross does a lot of search and rescue operations in Norway. And this is an article in the largest Norwegian newspaper where it talks about some of the search and rescue operations that the Red Cross and others do. And this app I built. This is an app that's used to coordinate rescue operations. And when you coordinate rescue operations, you want information that's available right away, and you want information that is available even when the network is not. And the way that I'm doing event sourcing and that I will show you today helps solve both of those problems. And I think that in this situation, people are pretty happy with how we solved it in this application before. So this was used earlier for a live rescue operation earlier this year. That was after I had given the reins to another developer. And I'm now working, since then I've been working with incident management for the Norwegian police. So a little bit about myself. I'm Johannes Brodwall. I'm currently a principal software engineer at Sopra Steria. And this is my GitHub page, and also on my GitHub page you will find the information about the talk today, where you can see that I did a dry run that I pushed up just 15 minutes ago. So, and you can also see that I practiced this talk about 5 times. So that should kind of give you a little bit of expectations here. So what I will do today, I will first demonstrate a complete application, or more or less complete application, and then I will remove all of the functionality and then rebuild it using WebSockets and designing the contract between the client and the server. And since we have 5 more minutes, maybe I'll have time to discuss a little bit of the higher level issues as well. So that's the plan for today. All right, so I have here checked out the demo version. This is one of the threads. One of the branches in my in this application, and I'm just going to do an npm install, so we get all of the code, and then that's. I don't know what's going on there. Oh yeah, I'm running it while I'm installing it. That's probably not a good idea. So there's, I ended the dry run at not the optimal time, so that's going to be interesting. Okay, here we go. So the idea here is that we have incidents. So let's say that you call the police and you tell the police that there is a fire somewhere. And then when you're talking to somebody who's handling the emergency calls, yeah, all right, so I don't know why that happened. Okay, I refreshed this. I don't know which version I'm running here. Okay, we'll try it. So we're having two operators. So this is supposed to simulate one person who's taking the call and one person who is listening in on the call to coordinate the response. And so that other person might say, oh, there's something else happening. There is a traffic incident. And in this case, that's not how you spell traffic, but that's okay. And in this case, they are having both of the operators see the updated picture at the same time. And what you can see here is I can also do things like changing the state. So this trapeze is going up and down as it's becoming the most recent situation. And I can also go in and say that, okay, there is a suspicious person here, and he is the suspect in this case. Now, you can see that that person is also showing up on the other end, and we can change their role. So we're saying, okay, this is no longer a suspect, it's a witness. And also you can see it says medium on the top there, which is the priority of this event. If I go here on the other one, it changes there. So one of the beauties of React is that you have the state that is reflected in the application. And then in this case, state changes come up from the server, and that state change propagates to the right places in the application, wherever it is. So this is the end state, and we will not be able to get all the way to this part of the application. So I will now check out another branch, which is called the start branch, and we'll see how that goes. And I don't need to do npm install because it has the same dependencies. So, oh, that's not right. It's not at the right place. Well, I will delete some code here, and I will, why don't I just find a good starting point. So we're having, that's good, that's not good. We're doing here. So, all right, I'm building it a little bit more from scratch than so what we have here is I have an application that doesn't have any incidents because I don't have any logic in it. I'll show you now the code for this. So we're having an empty application. I've defined incident here, which is just a summary of what's happened. And nothing is currently happening. I'm going through the incidents and I am showing them on as a list. And I have a form where you can add a new incident. So in order to get started, I will make a list of incidents. And here is where it's helpful to do a little bit of TypeScript. So we can say summary is that there is a fire and that there is a traffic accident. So one way to simulate that something is happening here is that I can set a timeout, and then after some time, I'm going to set the incidents to all of the incidents, let's say 400 millis. So what you'll see now is that when you load the application, it refreshes, it shows the incidents. This is a front-end only application at this point, and I also have a new incident form here where I can, where I have a summary, and when I submit this, it calls a event on the component, which is done by this handler, which adds the incident to the list of incidents. So if I say React Norway is on fire, so hey, React Norway is on fire, but there's a problem here because it doesn't show up on the other end, right? That's what we wanted. So in order for it to show up on the other end, I need to introduce WebSockets on the server. So in order to use WebSockets, I have to go to the backend, and I have to install now a library called WS, which is for WebSockets. And currently, the backend is a very small Express application, just to have something listening on port 3000. And then what I'm doing is I also, in order to add WebSockets, I had to instantiate the WebSocket server object. And a little bit strangely here, I'm saying no server is equal to true, which is because I don't want the WebSocket to run its server. I want Express to run a server. And when WebSockets start to interact, what happens is that you get a upgrade key request, and so I need to handle that request. And that has, let's see, a head socket, I think it is. So, so I get the upgrade request to my Express server, and I'm just forwarding that to my WebSocket server, which take in the arguments and has a callback. So the simplest thing I can do is I get a socket back, and I can send to that socket some JSON. So actually I can send any text, but in this case we want to send JSON because it's what we always do. So I will take the incidents as I have them on the client, and I will move them to the server and say fire on the server and traffic accident on the server. There's a lot of traffic on the server. That's a joke, it's not funny. Okay, so that now I get the incidents from the server instead of from the client, but it's still not showing on the client because I'm still using that set timeout on the client. So the client, instead of doing set timeout, needs to connect to the WebSocket. So connecting to a WebSocket to get started is actually quite simple. The WebSocket object is included in the browser, so I just need to go to my server and say, well, connect to some URL. And I'll show you I'm using Vit as the builder here, and you have to do a little tweak with Vit to get it to forward this to the server. You can see that in the code if you're interested. And now I'm setting the incidents, and I'm parsing the data from the server, which comes in the event as data. So this is all I need to say. This is all I need to say on the client. I'm not sure why IntelliJ is showing me this. This seems to be a rendering problem with IntelliJ. All right, so now I'm getting the messages from the server. So these incidents are coming from the server. But if I add a new incident, so React Norway is disappointed, you will be disappointed because it shows up only on the one and not on the other, because it's not sending it to the server. So now I need to broadcast these. So instead of just updating my state on the client, I will save my WebSocket as a state. And when I connect to the WebSocket, I will set this state. And when I have a new incident that happens, instead of updating the incident, I will send a message to the WebSocket. So I'm sending now just json.stringify and then the incident. But I haven't implemented any logic on the server yet to deal with this being sent to the server. So I also have to go to the server and do something here. And then I will simply save all of the peers, everybody that I'm talking to, in a set. And that's a little bit of the magic import doesn't work perfectly here, and I have to tease it a little bit. And when the client connects, I add its socket to the peers. I add it to the peers as a socket. And then also on the server side, I can say when there is a message, and then I have the event. So when I get an event to the server should go through all of the, the server should go through all of the, there we go. So we're trying again. The server should go through all of the peers, there we go, and it should send that message to the peers. So event.data, that's where the message is. Now, you will, thank you, send, somebody was whispering what I did wrong here. I'm getting very confused by my lack of prettier support here. This is a IDE problem. I think that I got it fixed now, yes. Okay, that's much less disappointing. Okay, now everybody's relaxing a little bit. Okay, now, are you excited? And are you excited? And you should not be very excited because the application crashed. As a matter of fact, I think I can get both of them to crash. And the reason for that is that I'm getting the message from the server, and I'm thinking that that message is a list of incidents. But now I'm just getting one incident. So that obviously is not going to work when I'm rendering it. So I'm rendering a list or a single incident as if it was many. So we're in the handling of the message. And here I have the message that I get from the server. And I'm going to say const. And if that message is an array, then I should do what I just did, right? Then I should set this here. But otherwise, I'm going to append it. So then I assume that it is an incident, and then I can take the old incidents, and I can append the message there. And now, let's see, we're refreshing these, and React Norway is on fire. So, I don't think that's how you spell React, but it's close enough. All right, so it doesn't take that much effort to get this message passing back and forth. So to review what you just saw, I'm connecting, this is a rendering bug in IntelliJ. I don't know why it says delay there. I'll try and reopen the window, so it didn't go away. So on the client side, I'm instantiating a new new WebSocket object, and I'm dealing with the onMessage handling. And this is really the core of my client-side application logic. This should be called something like handle message from server. And when I do this, we see that handling the message from server, it comes in here as any, which I don't really want. So I really should do something more here, because this is not very nice code, right? This, I don't really know what the server can send me, and I haven't typed that. Then when I'm sending data to the server, I am serializing it as JSON. and then sending it to the server, which in this case, the only thing the server does is all the messages that come in, it just broadcasts them back to all of the connected clients. In order for this to work well, we have to start talking about what kind of messages can we get from the server. So I want to say here, this is a message from the server. And I want to define a protocol or a contract between the client and the server. So if we go to the definition here where I say incident, what I want to say is that I want to have a type called message from server. And the server, it can send a list of incidents, or it can send a single incident. And then I also want to talk about the messages from the to the server. And currently, the messages to the server is that it can send a incident. And then I'm gonna import these here. So what I'm doing here when I'm sending when I'm sending the incident is that I'm really sending a message to the server, and that message could be any message to the server, which is currently just one. And then here we get the message from the server. If I want to implement anything more interesting, I have to extend this language, this contract between the client and the server. So if I want to implement this logic with changing the priority of an incident, I need to have some way to talk about not only new incidents, but also changes to incidents. So what I'll do is that I say that the message that I send to the server, it is not an incident, it is an incident command. When I send something to the server, I make a command for the server to do something. And an incident command can have something like, it could have an event ID that keeps them apart. It can have a client timestamp. So it can tell you when the incident was generated on the client. It can have it should refer to an incident, so it should have an incident ID. And then it has some kind of change, and I call those deltas. So I will want to have an incident delta. If I define the type incident, export type incident delta, then the incident delta should be tagged somehow. So the incident delta could be create incident, and if it's creating an incident, well then I need the incident itself. And then I also could have a delta called update incident. And now I have defined a new contract for what I'm sending to the, from the client to the server. Similarly, from the server, I want to send not a incident command, but an incident event. And the difference between a command and an event is that a command is a request to do something, and an event is telling you that something happened, that something was accepted. And in this case, I like to do the interface for the event can extend the incident command. And in addition, I want to have the server time. So if the client is offline, that can be a very different time from the client time, and it's important to know both. Now, when we're synchronizing between servers and clients, it's important to know what is the canonical series order of events. So I also want to have a sequence ID. I'm not going to implement the logic around the sequence ID. And we also want the server to be responsible for handling authentication. So let's say the username of whoever created that incident should also be something that the server is responsible for. I'm not going to implement any of those things. Now, since the incident is no longer standing on its own, when we start the server, it should not send an incident, it should send a snapshot of that incident. And the snapshot of an incident, it's interface, incident, snapshot, it should have the incident ID so that we can update that same incident later. It can have something like the updated time, which we can set from the events that update it, and then it can have the incident itself. So now I'm packaging the incident snapshot, or the incident inside of a snapshot, which is a sort of a wrapper object. On the server side, I need to update this, so I need to say incident snapshot here, and then I need those snapshots to contain some UUIDs and stuff. So I'm going to use UUID library, the UUID library, which I just imported earlier. And here, if TypeScript had been giving me errors, which I don't know why it does, it would tell me that this is wrong, because I can't just have an incident. Here I need to have an incident ID, which need to be initialized with a UUID, and I need to have a updated @ which needs to be a timestamp. And then I have the rest be okay here, except it needs to say incident here, incident, here and here. So now the server is sending the new incidents. The client is now broken because the client is not expecting those incidents, so it's not rendering them correctly. Because the incidents that show in this state, it needs to be the incident snapshots. And now the client, well, now it's not showing correctly, because here I'm now mapping over the incidents which don't have the summary directly, but the incident has the summary. So in this case, it should show, let's see, can I find out what's, this is the hardest part of the demo, because it is, there's lots of changes that have happened. Maybe I get lucky. So from the network now, the server is not responding at all. The server seems to be crashing. That would explain it. Let's see if it was crashing for a good reason. It was crashing for a good reason. So here we get, okay, it didn't find the module. So npm, I thought I installed the UUID library, but maybe not. So somehow my TypeScript, yeah, there we go. Okay, so, whew. Thank you. Your support is appreciated. Okay, so now on the server, TypeScript is back. It doesn't like the incident snapshot here, and the reason for that is that I cannot reference this incident file across these projects, so I need to move it. So now what we're doing is that we're having a shared contract between the client and the server. So now the client can import the snapshot, and then I see that I misspelled updated at, there we go. And the client will need to have its imports updated as well. I don't need this dummy state on the client. I need, my God, here we go. I need this to be imported, I need this to be imported, and I need this to be imported, and I need this to be imported. And here we're getting a problem because send message is now no longer accepting to send a incident. Yeah, so it's still working there. So what I need to do now is that this needs to send well, it needs to have an incident ID, which uses the UUID library again, import. And now I'm probably getting the same problem as well, v4 as UUID v4 from UUID. or maybe I already did it on the client side. We'll see. So the incident ID should be a UUID. The event ID should be UUID. The client time should be now. And the incident, the delta should be a type of create incident with the incident. And then I get another type script error here, which is that, well, when I'm in this block, the data is no longer in the message. What I have now is that I have the delta, or I have the message, and in the message there is an incident ID, there is a timestamp, client time, which I want to use as updated at, and there is a delta, and that delta has a incident. So if I put those things together, I can get an incident ID, I can get updated at, and I can get the incident. So that was super fast, and we'll see, did it go right? I'm gonna refresh these because did it work? It worked, yeah. And the one thing that I haven't shown here is that the WebSockets automatically disconnects after a couple of minutes, which is why I need to refresh it. So for a full application, you need to reconnect the WebSocket. Now I can either try and implement the update, or I can talk about the bigger picture. Who would prefer to see me fail to implement the update, and who instead of talking about the bigger picture? So who want to see me failing to implement the rest? And who would like to talk about the bigger picture a little bit? All right, so that's so the vote is in. Then I'll talk about how I would implement the update as well. So I have here a select, which is what this is. And then when we do the change on that select, we need to generate another event that then has the update incident instead of the normal incident. And here we need to say, okay, I'm gonna change this a little bit, and then I'm gonna say that we get the incident from the delta. Because what I get here is that I have the delta type, which can be of type create incident, which is what I'm doing here, or it can be of type the delta type can be of type update incident. Okay, now my ID is frozen here. And one nice trick with TypeScript is that I can say that if it's not one of them, well, then that should never happen. This is a quite nice incident because if I forget to a trick, because if I forget to handle one type, then I get a compilation error. So that's a nice way to switch on those types. So I wanted to cover that as well. But let's go up to the bigger picture here. So the bigger, so what you've seen now, we'll end on this one. So what is the big picture? So the big picture. So the first thing you see is that with WebSockets, you get this instant feedback from the client to the server. So you can have a client that updates automatically. But when you're having a real application, you need to model the contract between the client and the server. In my situation, I wanted for everything related to incidents, which is in the domain modeling term, that's an aggregate. So everything relating to the incident aggregate is an incident event, which is updated by an incident command. When the application that's used by the Red Cross, when it is offline, we have the application here. When this application is offline, it stores the commands that it's about to send in IndexedDB. And then when it reconnects, it flushes those over the WebSocket. When it gets the events from the server, it updates its local state into IndexedDB, and then that's what it renders. So what you can get then is what I call like a double loop update. You do the update on the client, and you do the update on the server when the server is connected. Using IndexedDB, you can then have the state be perfectly on the client. There's a little bit of trickiness because you have then partially applied state. So the client can have commands that it has queued on its outbox, but that hasn't been accepted to the server yet, and those can also be rejected by the server. So that's a little bit of fun there. The main takeaways is that if you use WebSockets, you can create the sort of experience where your users get updated information and they get offline information. In order to do it, it's not so hard to implement the messages from the client to the server, but to implement the contract between the client and the server requires a bit of thought and a bit of TypeScript and a bit of luck, because otherwise you will have things that don't work and you'll run out of time. So thank you for your attention.
All right. Any questions? We have time for maybe a couple of questions.
Yes.
Yes.
Karl.
Thank you. That was really interesting. So in this actual product, did you use any WebSocket libraries, or did you just use this pure basic one?
We used just a pure basic one because most of the interesting stuff happens in the contract. So and that contract is related to the domain language. So that contract, in this case, it talks about incidents, it talks about priorities, it talks about involved people, it talks about roles. In the case here, it talks about maybe you have a search and rescue dog that finds a clue. So you have what the dog found, you have the track of the people moving around, which also updates live. And all of that is very domain related. The distance between the communication protocol and the domain language is not very far.
I understand. Thank you.
It's a very good question. I sometimes wish that I had something to handle a bit of the reconnect, because that's a bit tricky. But I found that the libraries that do it, they don't do a good job anyway. And it's a pretty small part of the problem. Yep.
In your application, did you manage to reach the limit of how many subscribers can the socket handle? And if you did, what would be an approach to kind of handle that?
I didn't encounter that sort of scalability problem. But in this case, we have at most thousands of WebSockets, not tens of thousands or hundreds of thousands of WebSockets. But but you might need to have a backend architecture that's also distributed, so that different clients will connect to different backend servers, in which case you need a mechanism to ship the events between the servers, which we did when I implemented a similar system for the police, and then we use Kafka to ship the messages between the backend servers, and then WebSockets to ship it from all those servers to the front end. I think we're out of time. There is one urgent question. There's two. Yeah.
So I was curious about the original application that you developed. Did you manage to put any security protocols for the data sent through WebSockets?
Yeah, so it's a little bit tricky to get the security information. The question is, how do you get the security information there? It's a little bit tricky because the libraries don't expose it directly, but you can basically have the same cookies on the WebSocket as you do with any API calls. So it's tricky to get the cookies from the socket object because it's a little bit hidden. But the libraries don't generally pick up the cookie information from the WebSocket. But basically, the same rules for cookies apply to the WebSocket URLs as to any other URLs. So it's just a problem on the server how to pick up those cookies.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I think we might be out of time, so please give it up for Johannes Brodwall.
Thank you.
All right. What a way to start React Norway. Hello? Yeah. What a way to start, am I right? So, the next talk, what can I tell you about it? I can tell you that the Web Content Accessibility Guidelines, they've been around for 20 years, but we're still kind of falling short when it comes to implementing accessible apps. Very often we focus on how our apps will operate, but we don't really think about who will operate them. So, we will find out 10 reasons why our apps aren't really that accessible and what we can do about it.
I think so. Hello?
So please welcome on stage Elise Kristiansen.
Hello. Yes, hello and welcome to my talk, 10 Reasons Your Application Isn't Accessible and What You Can Do About It. My name is Elise Kristiansen and I'm a front-end developer in Variant. And in my 8 years as a front-end developer, I've seen countless of websites being launched without being properly universally designed. And that's why I made this list with my kind of clickbaity title. I'm sorry for that. But yeah, and this is an accessibility talk, so I have to say that for those of you who can't see me today, I'm wearing a white t-shirt and beige kind of checkered trousers and some white sneakers, and I have blonde hair, which it's curled and hanging loose. So there's that. Since this is just a short talk, I will not go hard in onto how to technically solve all these issues. I'm just trying to get you aware of them and give you a little nudge on how to solve them in a very superficial manner. And I hope that you all can take some takeaways from this talk. And I encourage you to just give yourself a task to write down 1 or 2 takeaways from my talk. You are allowed to use your phone if you want to. Yeah, and I had to say that creating a website that meets all the requirements also improve the SEO performance, and it makes it better for everyone to use it, so it's good for business as well. Accessibility on web has been legally required in Norway for years to ensure that all websites and web apps are accessible to everyone. A web app that isn't accessible is just as bad as a building without a wheelchair ramp. The law is called Regulation on Universal Design of Information and Communication Technology, and this regulation was established under the authority of the 2008 Anti-Discrimination and Accessibility Act, which aims to prevent discrimination based on disabilities. And we also have regulations in the EU. In Europe, accessibility requirements for websites and digital solutions are regulated by the European Accessibility Act and the Web Accessibility Directive. Roughly 15 to 25% of the population has some form of disability at any given time. It can be cognitive, it can be physical, it can be temporary. It could be something as a sprained wrist that makes you unable to use a mouse on a computer for a short amount of time, or that it can be that your eyesight is slowly fading away due to old age. And you do not want to exclude such a huge part of the population from your web apps. So that's why I'm here today. And now we are moving on to something a little bit more lighthearted. This is my cats, Luna and Venus. These cats will follow along with my presentation to give those of you who are kind of like me, who struggle a little bit with concentration sometimes, something to focus on during my presentation. because studies have shown that including pictures of cat can help maintain people's attention for longer. So, yeah, I hope it will work. The cat pictures are really relevant for the content of my slides, but who doesn't love a good cat picture? Now we are moving on to the technical issues. And we'll start with issue number 1, insufficient alternative text for images and graphics. A person with blindness or deafness needs to be able to get the same information as everyone else. To detect some of these issues, you can use a scanner, and I will try not to repeat myself too much, so I will just give you one recommendation for a scanner that I like to use, and that's Pally. Pally is an open source accessibility testing tool that helps developers and designers identify and fix accessibility issues. It can be run in the command line, integrated into development workflows, or used with continuous integration systems to regularly test for accessibility issues. A scanner will be able to tell you if an image lacks any text alternative at all. However, a scanner might not be able to recognize if the alternative text provides enough context for the image or video. And now I'll give you an example. An image of a cat that is trying to catch a bird might have the descriptive text, a cat and a bird. But that doesn't say anything about what this image is trying to tell in a context. But for a scanner, this is good enough. It will recognize that it has an alternative text. But for an article about birds that are going extinct, it will be better if the image text is bird being hunted by a cat. It tells you something. It tells you that the cat is a predator to birds, and it has context in the article. But for an article about a cat's behavior, the image text might be cat hunting a bird for fun. So it changes what are this image trying to tell in an article, why is it there? And that's important information for a blind person as well. So make sure that all multimedia elements and images not only have a text alternative, but that the text also gives away all the relevant information for the context the image is in. Issue number 2, failure to use available text alternatives for videos and audio files. The necessary types of text alternatives must be carefully considered because there are various kinds of text alternatives you can include. We have captions. Videos with sound must have captions so that people with hearing impairment can follow along. And it's important to not burn the caption into the video because screen readers and other assistive devices has to be able to read it as well. We have transcriptions. Audio files and videos must have text transcriptions, and we have audio descriptions. Videos with important visual elements must have audio descriptions so that people who with visually impairments can follow along as well. Issue number 3, missing and bad link text. A common mistake is missing or simply just bad link text. A web app or website is mostly full of links that are either taking you to a new place on the same site or to another site altogether. And we as developers have a tendency to put insufficient text like just read more as link text, or we just use small icons. And how is a person with blindness supposed to know what more means without having any context? So use this descriptive link text for all links. For example, read more about bees for an article about bees, and use ARIA labels for icons. For example, go to homepage, wrapped around the house icon. And to meet the WCAG standard, this is sufficient. But you can still make this even more accessible to even more people by adding a word, homepage. Maybe it doesn't look quite the same, but it will give those of you, those people who don't have the same associations to an icon as you, something more. For example, maybe old Bertha, she lives in an apartment and has never owned a house in her whole life. Maybe she associates a house with a store, for example. So I think LinkedIn is a very great example of how this can be done. We see Facebook on top here and LinkedIn right below. And it's so much easier to understand the LinkedIn menu than the Facebook menu. And I don't need to have the same associations as the Facebook developers for all the icons to know where they are taking me. So maybe it doesn't look quite as good, but it's better to use. And that's why the user experience gets better, and more people will have a great time using your app. Issue number 4, inadequate contrast between text and background, which can make it difficult for people with visually impairments to read. And solving this also makes it better for everyone to read your content. You can get help from scanners, for example, Pally, and you can use the browser's inspect tool. The inspect tool in the browser is a very useful tool. Most browsers let you hover over an element and see the contrast ratio right then and there. You can see here that one has a good contrast ratio and the other has a bad. Right below accessibility, we have a contrast number with a green check mark, and a contrast here with a warning symbol. And one is named good contrast ratio, and the other is named bad contrast ratio. And the higher the number, the better the contrast. And you can just use this tool and hover over every element on your page and see the contrast ratio right then and there, and see where you have to fix something. But remember, text on images and gradients is not that easily caught with just computer tools. So now I can finally use my cat picture and show you this. You have to manually check all the colors in the background up against the text color you have put on top of it. Some of you might not even be able to see the bad contrast ratio text right above good contrast ratio. So that's important. Issue number 5, lack of content structuring with proper use of headings and lists. For assistive technologies to work optimally, the web app needs to be written with the correct tags from the very beginning, especially the right use of heading tags. The different numbers here are for semantic and not for styling, as so many people use them for. It's important to begin building the web app with the correct tags from the very beginning, because rewriting it will take time. My best tip here is that every time you want to use another div, just try to think about another tag to use. Use P tags for paragraphs and use nav tags for navigations. HTML is such a more rich language than people understand and has so many more possibilities. You can Google it if you don't know what kind of tag you should use. There are so many other tags than div you can use, so please don't use div for everything. And the last technical issue, issue number 6, missing keyboard navigation or incorrect focus order, hindering people who rely on a keyboard to navigate your page. For example, the guy with the sprained wrist I mentioned earlier. One easy way to check your page yourself is to just use your own keyboard. That's the quickest and easiest way to check your page. Just tab through everything and make sure that it is reachable by a keyboard, and not only reachable by mouse and mouse click. Make sure everything that you should be able to click on with a mouse is reachable by a keyboard. A common mistake is to make clickable elements only reachable by mouse. And so you have to make sure you have used the correct tags, because HTML already takes care of so much of the navigation. If you have used the button tag, you shouldn't have to add this tab index. So you can use tab index in need. It's better to use tab index than not having the element reachable at all, but try to use the correct tags as much as you can. And now we are moving on to some of the more structural issues. And the first one is inadequate testing with accessibility tools and user testing with individuals with various disabilities. It's difficult to develop for challenges you don't have yourself. When you develop something, you tend to take your own experience of the product as a starting point. And you assume that users of assistive devices and screen readers are experts themselves, but they are not. They use a screen reader because they have to. David, a 75-year-old who just started to go blind but has never worked on a computer in his whole life, doesn't have any better prerequisites than you to know how to navigate a screen reader. You are the expert here. You are the one who are working on a computer. You are the one who has made the page. So you should be able to use assistive devices. So set of good testing routines. User testing is extremely important. User test on people with disabilities and make sure that testing with disability devices is part of the estimate. But estimations takes us right to our next issue. Lack of accessibility awareness during the design and the development process. Developers tend to forget about accessibility when they estimate. And when the development has started, it's often too late to incorporate it because one may feel that it isn't enough time. So take responsibility and focus on accessibility already in the planning process. Make sure every participant know how important accessibility is. The designer, the developer, the customer, the editor who are going to add content to the web app, everyone needs to be on board. However, the fact that everyone wants to focus on it doesn't necessarily mean that everyone knows how to. And that takes us right to our next issue, inadequate training and awareness among developers and designers about the importance of accessibility and how to achieve it. And I only have one bullet point here, and that's encourage developers and designers to take courses. There are plenty of easily accessible courses out there that can be done in just a few hours of the workday. And they are definitely worth the investment. And for our last issue, issue number 10, economics. People believe it's much more expensive than it is to develop for accessibility. So they fall into the trap of using accessibility overlays instead of coding the website universally from scratch. And that's a huge no. Never use accessibility overlays, please. Design for simpler and cheaper websites. Keep the routines and guidelines in mind and scale down functionality and needs. Don't compromise on accessibility. A black and a white website in Times New Roman without any design at all, with all elements just listed one after the other, is way better than a website that isn't accessible, because it doesn't exclude anyone from using it. And that was all my issues. Thank you very much. You can add me on your preferred socials if you want to ask me more questions about accessibility. And if you didn't have any takeaways right now, you are either more experts than me, so please connect with me so I can learn from you, or you didn't, I was too bad to present it to you, so you can read the whole damn thing here. Yeah, so that was all. Thank you.
Awesome. Awesome. Any questions?
You don't have to ask questions if you don't want to.
Any questions? There's one over there.
Mm.
Wait. Sorry.
Do you ever include screen reader testing when you do it at your company?
I try to, in my project, I try to use a screen reader as much as possible. When I build something new, before I merge it into the main branch, I try it out with the screen reader in my Mac. So, but it's very hard, and it does take some practice to get used to it. And if I think it's hard, I feel so sorry for other users who don't use computer as much as me to navigate. So yeah, I try to use it.
Cool. Anyone else? All right, give it up, Elise Kristiansen. And we're off to coffee.
Oh, sorry.
Coffee and networking. Let's go. See you in a bit. See you in 40 minutes, for 35 minutes. Legal. All right, all right. Are we all back? Feels like it. I hope so. There's a lot of rock and metal music going on. What's up with that? Yeah. Anyway, switching subject. Our next speaker, he really does not need an introduction at React Norway, because he's already become a legend at our stage. He already did 2 legendary talks here, so this will be his 3rd. This year he's back to introduce us to something that's generating a lot of buzz in the React community, Tanstack Start. So I'm very curious about this. Please give it up, our MVP, Atila Fassina.
Hello, hello. Wow, thanks a lot, Pedro, for that introduction. I'm feeling a little bit of the pressure now. How's it going? Was it all good with the coffee break and everything? How about the venue? This new venue is pretty awesome, right? Can we give like a round of applause for the organization already? It's already happening so well. Live stream is going up. Yeah, so the people watching the live stream, let me know in the chat where you're watching it from. I was chatting with some of them earlier. And yeah, as Pedro said, I'm here to talk about Tanstack Start. Who here has used Tanstack Start already? Few hands. Who here has used Tanstack Router? And who here has used Tanstack Query? Yeah, that's what I expect. Yeah, so let's talk about this awesome ecosystem. But first of all, like a little bit about me. My name is Atila. I am in way too many social medias. I'm way too often online. So I made like this nice little shortcut for you. You can do atila.io and / the name of the social media and you can find me, or the nice and old QR code. I work at Neon as a full stack developer, a serverless Postgres company. And I'm also a Google developer expert for web technologies, and I'm part of the SolidJS team. Not React, but SolidJS. Has anybody here used SolidJS before? Yeah, few hands. Nice. Always good to see. Yeah. But let's talk about React. And as Pedro said, if you were here in the opening talk, React was released 13 years ago, 12 years ago. And things were different back then. Not only we saw how React changed, but also the way we built applications changed. But one thing never changed, it always starts with a URL, right? The problem before, at least, was that it continued with a URL and just a single one. So you had like home, you had login, you had a bunch of routes, and it was always the same, right? So that's what we came to know as single-page applications. And those, back then, had very, very serious issues. Like those ones that have this like little hash router, that's what we call hash router, when you have like the hash band that defines what the route is, they still have a lot of performance implications, a lot of issues on handling resources, and that's popularized the concept that single-page apps are bad. Some of you might have probably heard that. Some of you might have even said that. Hell, even I said that before. So, but actually, nowadays, the most common answer in web development is that it all depends. And what do I mean about that? Because not only the tooling that we use evolved, as you saw React evolving, but also the platform evolved, and it gave us more resources to build nice stuff on the web. So nowadays, if you look at I hate the term about framework wars and stuff like that, but it is what it is. Twitter is Twitter always. So it's always very polarized. So people like multi-page applications, people like single-page applications, and they're always one shouting at the other and so on. But in fact, what we want with our apps are the performance of multi-page apps, but the UX of single-page apps. We want our apps to feel snappy. We want our navigation to be controlled by our application, but we don't want to bloat our bundles. We don't want to download the whole universe just to render like a button to the user, right? And so some of you may have now heard about, oh, view transitions. Who here has used view transitions? Vanilla view transitions or view transitions at Astro? Yeah, so Astro has two different flavors of view transitions, but I'm talking more specifically about the view transitions, the vanilla ones, where basically you can, if you're not familiar with it, you can define a transition state between one route and the other, even for multi-page apps. So even on a full page reload, you can control how your elements behave. And that's nice, but it's not everything. It's not the same as having the soft navigation, that's how we call, on a single page app, where you're actually hijacking the state of your app on the browser, and that's going to then fool the browser in saying it's going to a different route, but it's actually staying on the same, but it's a different one in the end, but then you get the point. So the difference is that with vanilla view transitions, and I'm being very specific about it, because if you use that Astro, you start with vanilla one, but you can go to something they call SPA mode, like not SPA in the one that we have here, but the single page app mode. And that's in order to level up to the client-side routing with the soft navigation. So these are the things we don't have with view transitions, with multi-page apps. It's really hard to share state between different routes. If you have a full page reload, you're basically, it's basically your app is playing ping pong with the user's the ball, and then one racket's the server, the other's the client, so it's sending to the client and getting it back. So at some point, your client doesn't know which state the user is going to be when you're doing a full page reload. So you lose the shared state. It's a little bit harder to prefetch resources because the client doesn't have the whole like architecture of your routing tree. Data mutations involve like a page reload most of the time, and deduplicating request is just not a thing. You either do that on the server or like it's very hard to do. So because of this, in 2022, Rich Harris, which is the creator of Svelte, they gave a talk at JamstackConf called Transitional Apps. Does anyone remember that? Yeah. So this was a very nice idea. It was about this hybrid apps where they are an MPA if you're doing a hard navigation, but once they're like on the client, they become they essentially become a single page application after that, but with the benefit of having the server aware of the client, so then you don't have bloated bundles. The idea is great. The name was not so much. I think that's why it didn't catch. It's just a tough name to popularize. And then later on, Ryan Carniaro, creator of Solid, gave a talk, I think it was last year, his first talk. He also gave a live stream of that, where he talks about the front-end existential crisis. And that's that's where we are right now, about with this divide between MPAs, multi-page apps, and single-page apps. What he means by that is that we have two kinds of applications, essentially. So you have content-focused ones and interaction-focused ones. So for the content-focused one, they're more static. They are so that's why we have like a lot of people saying, oh, for landing pages and static apps, it's nice that I have Astro to do something like that, or Eleventy, or these other kinds of more static frameworks that are almost like a template engine for that use hard reload. But then once you go like more interactive, once you need something like a dashboard or something that's behind, like an admin panel or of sorts, that are highly interactive, it's really annoying to do. You end up needing to reinvent a lot of the stuff if you're coming from a content-focused infrastructure. So then you have the apps. So but the spectrum of our applications are not either or. You have things in the middle, and that's where the nuance lives. That's where things get complicated. Like you have like publishing things that have a lot of dynamic interaction. So they're still content focused, like content's still like the main source of the UX, but you have a lot of other things that are important. And then from the other side, coming from the apps, you have these like social platforms like Twitter, Facebook, where the bulk of the information is static, but you have a lot of stuff. Like if you get a like, if somebody's liking your post, you don't want to need to have a full page reload to get the updated count, right? You want it to have instant. And if you are posting something, you want it to show in your timeline, but you don't want to do a full page reload. Imagine if every time you're writing Twitter, the whole Twitter interface would reload on you. And then in the middle, you have the e-commerce, which are arguably the hardest apps to implement because they need to be as fast as a static one, because there are tons of studies about performance over there around showing that seconds cost millions. I think there's actually a blog from Google that's exactly the title. And so e-commerce is really hard because you need that very fast first load, but you also need to maintain the state of the user because you want to know what the user is doing, you want to know which views they're going through, you want to allow them to like update their cart, and perhaps you even persist it to local storage or use some other kind of local first thing like a sync engine, which are very popular right now. So that's where the tough stuff are. That's where these hybrid apps come along, or transitional apps or something like that. That's where it's important for us to try to merge these two worlds. And this has not been fully accomplished. And frameworks are trying very hard to get to something like that. In terms of, like, you have React server components on one hand, where React believes it's the right way to like partially render your app on the server and then give it back to the client. You have a lot of studies about how we're going to handle suspense in terms of async, like if you're going to hold the user, if you're going to show like a different state, how you're going to prevent state from tearing between the client and the server. These are all very difficult questions. So, but the point of an ideal experience for these more nuanced apps are having an MPA on the server and a single page app on the client. And this is pretty tough because we all know how tough it is to build one app, but this is basically two apps now because you have different routers. You have like perhaps you don't even have the same language on the back end and the front end. But that was the problem we've been trying to solve in Solid for a long, long time, and I'm getting to Tanstack, I promise. So we built SolidStart, which is our idea of making a client side first, because we believe that once you're in the client, the user needs to be in control of their experience. So you need to, your client app needs to be as independent as possible from the server. So there are now this like division about, okay, like let's put the bulk of the logic on the server with like server components or with other backend first frameworks, like Remix is one that's like very much into the framework side. Remix 3, they just announced it's going to be much more of an MPA framework than a single page app. So we believe that we have a very good experience on the client side with single page apps already, because all the other things like the hash router and stuff like that were solved by the platform, because now we have the history API that allow us to do proper navigation programmatically. We got to a point where we know how to build our routes in a way of manifest and prefetch resources. So a lot of this stuff can be done now that works for us. And so we have this, and the premise of SolidStart is allow for concurrent requests. So I like to say that SolidStart has an architecture that is allergic to waterfalls. So it is allergic to chained requests. Everything, or yeah, right now pretty much everything, all the requests are concurrent. We have a very strong serialization mechanism where we deduplicate things twice. We deduplicate requests coming out of our framework, and we deduplicate resources coming from the server to the client. So it minimizes the footprint of our data on the back end to the front end. We have a very modular approach. So we talk a lot about meta frameworks, but what the heck are those? So the idea of a meta framework is something that brings a lot of tools together to build something bigger. But in my opinion, a meta framework is only truly a meta framework if you can swap those pieces. If you have a meta framework that has all the pieces combined, but if you glue the Lego stacks, you don't have Lego anymore, you have a statue. So, and then it's built upon existing tech. We're not reinventing the wheel. The idea of that is like pick stuff from other ecosystems that are working for them and build on top of, because like we believe that open source is the right way. And the Tanstack folks like that. And that was the premise where Tanstack Start began to rise. So essentially, we had now two of the same, I would say, but they just have different kimono colors in terms of one's using Solid, the other's using React. But in the architecture, on the lower level, they're the same, so we share resources. So that's why mentioning that, talking about all this experience in the Solid.js team was important, because of how things started and how I got into this and why I'm talking to you about this and why I'm so bullish about it. But I mentioned about building on top of open source. So the first thing that you need for a full stack framework is to have a proper bundler and a server runtime. And that already exists. The Vite folks created, in my opinion, the best bundler there is in the web right now. And Nitro is from the Unjs team. It's a Node.js runtime that is TypeScript friendly, uses Vite under the hood. And so back in 2024, Vite 4 and 5 were out, and there was no way to have multiple routers. Remember I said one router on the backend, one router on the front end. It was not possible with Vite. So because of that, a core member in the SolidJS team created Vinci, which is this abstraction layer on top of multiple Vite instances to be able to create this framework. So we put that together in our architecture. We also went shopping for a serializer, but none of them were doing the double deduplication. So we thought that would be bad, and there was some nice things we wanted to do with that. I will get to it when we get to the router, but we wanted to save round trips for our clients beyond saving those. So we needed a very specific way of serializing, so we created Ceroval. Another core member of SolidJS team created it, and in my opinion, it's like the fastest and it is right now, I think, the most feature-complete serializer out there. You can even serialize async iterator and stuff like that. It's pretty nice to stream resources. It's very cool. And then we use the client-side router, which in our case was Solid router, and of course, Solid uses Solid. And then that's essentially what happened. So Tanstack start copied our homework in 2024. And so what they did is the same thing, but then they used Tanstack router instead of Solid router and React as the UI library. And then what happened is Vite 6 came out. And Vite 6 came out with this thing called Environment API. And that allows you to have multiple Vite instances inside Vite. So suddenly, we realized we could minimize the footprint of our architecture even further and make it Vite a first-class citizen. And oh, by the way, one thing I didn't mention, Nitro is also used by 2 other ecosystems. Nitro is also used by Nuxt. So Nuxt has pretty much a very similar architecture. That's the framework from Vue. And Analog, which is created on Angular, uses the exact same architecture as well. They don't use Vinci, but they do use Nitro and Vite as well. So we have now 4 different ecosystems converging, which is pretty cool. And then with Vite 6, Tanner from Tanstack and the Tanstack team realized, okay, so with Vite 6, we can actually remove Vinci and build on top of Vite. And imagine how cool it would be if a full stack framework ended up being just a plugin. So we thought it was a nice idea, and then this is kind of happening now. So Tanstack starts about to go 1.1, and SolidStart is already migrating our infrastructure, our architecture to theirs, to use the same thing as theirs. So this is the beauty of open source. And by the way, we also achieved compatibility. So you can actually, remember I mentioned Meta Framework? You can already decouple the Solid router from our full stack framework and use Tanstack router. So that's pretty cool. And the architecture that we're landing on Tanstack Start 1.1 or 1.0, it's actually, it didn't leave beta yet, but this is already on main. So if you create your Tanstack Start app today, this is what you get. And it's pretty cool. And to be honest, and then this is how it's a very complex setup. Fits on a slide. So this is all you need, like besides creating the actual files and the code, but this is what your bundler need to know in order to have a full stack app with React today. And you might think, okay, I just did that for a nice slide to show on your, for you to take picture and show on. This is actually a production website that I have. So this is my actual Vite config that I have. So you can see there is like one plugin that is a Postgres plugin. That's the one that I use at work. We created for having automatic Postgres instances on any app. I'll talk a little bit more about that later because that's the app that I'm using in production with Tanstack. And then I also use Tailwind because I like Tailwind. But yeah, we were talking about creating apps. And we already talked about bundling, which that's usually a one-off problem. You solve the bundling, you wired it up, and good, you're good to go. But the web is actually a fetch fest. So there's a lot of fetching stuff going on, and now you also have a chat. And remember, I mentioned about you having an e-commerce. So in an e-commerce, you have the static things. You have a chat right in the bottom. So you have other thing that's like showing related stuff, and you might want to have a video there also playing because that helps sales. And then you have the shopping cart. So it's very interactive, and you think you're done, right? But then the marketing team needs you to add a few Google Tag Manager scripts. So it is complicated in the real world, and that's where the router comes in. And building a router is even more complicated because you need to do the bundling, the true-shaking chunks, asset loading, preloading, prefetching, URLs, rendering, serializing, serving, streaming, caching, all of that you need to do. And some of those things are really, really hard. And Tanstack query solves those really, really hard things. So then they're like, okay, let's manage cross-route state with that. Now, we already have the caching solved, so we need to figure out the URLs. So remember this, like we're going to use a search param for that. But you're probably like, I just mentioned that hash routing was bad, but these are different than these. So the URL search params are actually not cool. They are not good. They have some limitations because they need to be stringified. It needs to be flat. It's kind of hard to work with. But what if you had proper JSON with that? Then you could have input validation on your routes. You could have something like Zod, for example, and you could validate your schema like that and then parse your schema every time a route is loading. So suddenly you have this like nice contract between the URL you're navigating to and your app. And then when you create a route like this, you can then define what are the things you need to do. And you could have like some pretty nice logic, like this one, where if a user is authenticated, you send them somewhere. If it's not authenticated, you send him to a guest page. On top of that, with this kind of search param-based state between routes, you get hierarchical state out of the box. What do I mean about that? Let's say you have a dashboard and you have a filter, right? So we're filtering the app for that dash route, so you have two possible filters, A and B, because I'm not very creative. And then you have a nested route, which is the board, for a specific board, and it also has another search param, which is the sorting. What happens is that because one route is nested under the other, you have the filter being validated by the dash, which is the parent route, and you have the sort being validating by board. So suddenly, with this kind of architecture, you have hierarchical state on nested routes. So it's a really nice combo of having type safety and shared state between them, which is awesome. And I mentioned, I do use that in production. So all these things are working right now in our product company, and we have this running there. You can go, that's like a Tanstack app. A lot of the code I showed here was pseudocode that I stole from my work. And if you want to see it like with everything going on, a friend of mine created this very awesome template, which is called Full Stack Star template, and it has everything. It has a chat route, it has Sentry put up with error logging, it has authentication with BetterAuth, it has Postgres with Neon, authentication has single sign-on, has passkeys already enabled, has everything. It's the Tanstack store for the client side, use Tanstack query for the RPC layer. So please check it out, and if you want to see something like really complex built with it, this template's a really nice place to get started. So you can go to GitHub repo for him. You can also use dgit, so that's going to do a shallow copy of that router. You can just go on and start creating stuff with it and play around. And if you want to get started from zero, you can just do pnpm create Tanstack. And that's going to ask what you want to do, and it's going to allow you to create your app from nothing. It's a blank template. And that's all I had for you today. Thanks a lot for hearing me out, and yeah, enjoy the conference.
Pretty cool.
I think I ate the Q&A time. Do we have time, Pedro?
We have time. We have time. Does anyone have any question? Don't be shy. This was pretty cool.
No worries.
Well, I do have one though. Well, I might as well ask. I was wondering, I was going to ask how hard is it to deploy this, but rather, based on what you showed, how easy is it?
It is pretty straightforward, because since it's like the first version of that app that I deployed on Vercel as a POC, and it was pretty easy. I just did like the building process on Vercel and Atlify is pretty much the same as doing any other Vite app. So if you ever deployed a Vite app on a serverless platform, that's it. We do have in Neon, we have like our Go backend orchestrating this build as well, and yeah, it's just like for the ones of you who know Docker, just as much, just building another Vite app in the end. So it's pretty straightforward, I'd say. For like, yeah, even before with Vinci, because we were building on top of existing architectures, like Nitro has, I stopped counting at 35 adapters for platforms, so you can deploy pretty much anywhere the Node.js runtime. It's quite seamless, and yeah, anywhere it works.
Cool, thank you. Anyone else? All right, thank you. Give it up for Atila.
Yeah. Nice. Yes. Oh, you need to.
Oh, can you, sorry, can you go to Sebastian first? He'll help you set it up. So the next speaker is going to talk about privacy. And, you know, as we all know, privacy should always be a top consideration in every app, but sadly we all know that's also not true, right? Apparently, we have a lot of services collecting our data, and stamping a pop-up message every time we open a website is enough. I guess we, as users, deserve much better. So to talk about this, please give it up to the creator of PostCSS, Andrey Sitnik.
So yes, hi everyone. Today I speak how and why we as a software developer should take care about user privacy. And at least like in the United States, but here also, people could start to ask questions like, can we stop talk about the privacy? It's not a technology, it's not a new framework. I'm here to talk about code, not frameworks. Okay, this is a way of thinking. And this is a very good question to start to speak about the relatives between the industry and the politics. How many people use React is open source, by the way. And the funny part that open source is not a free software which we can download and use. Open source is a political way. It's an idea that you can control everything that is running on your machine, that you are in the control, not other government, that you own your laptop, not you renting it from the company, like in Macintosh. And open source is pretty political, but also hacking is pretty political. Hacking is not only about stealing money, but it's also about mistrust the authority. But my favorite quote is from the people who created current cryptography, people who created this HTTPS. They had a very interesting concept, like idea, that decision we are making today about communication security will determine the kind of society we will live tomorrow. So it means like software which we are developing, it's not only solving a task in our Jira task manager. Our software is really changing the society where our child will live. And this is pretty political, I think. So software industry was always about politics. The only problem is a modern software industry. The modern software is mostly about the money. For instance, this is a very interesting movie called Kids from 90s. And look how people in 90s think about software developments and how they look, how they think about us today. And unfortunately, this is a reality. So, why you should care about politics and pos? First, because you're creating the future of you and your child. For instance, like if you're developing, software which will track how do you use laptop, then the software will be used against you by your company. But also, without principles, just making work for money, it keep your soul empty. It's very hard to have feelings about what you're doing if you're just making money. But there is a lot of principles, there is a lot of revolutions. There is no way how we can choose one over another. I will speak about the privacy, and I will try to explain why privacy is important, but this is subjective, of course. Why privacy is important? There is a lot of misconception. Misconception is, we have a privacy problem only because advertisement. I should not care about privacy because it's improved my ads on the website. And it's false. And the main problem here, it's called data brokers. Not only Google collects your data, but it could be a very shady companies who buy the data from application, from the websites, aggregate it together, and then sell it to very shady clients. There is a very good example. There was a data broker called Xmode, and in 2020, people found out that they bought that data from Quran application, from Muslim dating app, from Craigslist application, aggregate it, and sell to the US military contractor. What could be more shady rather than sell one data application to US military contractor? And it's only one case. There is multiple cases like this. Like my company doesn't work with data brokers, so I'm okay, I should not care about privacy. And again, this is not true, because the main problem is not only selling the data, but also leaking the data. If you store anything into your database, it could be leaked. And we have more and more data leaks every year. This is a good example. In Russia, there is a company, Yandex, and they have a food delivery service like, I don't know, Uber Eats or something like similar. And in some moment, the whole data about all deliveries between 2 years was leaked. And people even create a very nice website where you can Google for every person, for every phone number, where do they order a food. And imagine your grandma suggested to you some nice food, and you told her that you are not hungry and went home. But then she can go to this website and find out that you then order a Chinese food delivery. This is how big this data leak is. Okay, next example. We collecting only emails. It's not a private data. I should not care about it. Again, this is not how it works in reality. The main problem is the big data, the fact that we can aggregate multiple sources. For instance, imagine that you have a Quran application, and you're recording on the location to show direction to the Mecca. That's all. Are you okay with is it private data? But then there is another app on the same phone, social app, which have an email for sign up and location data to make pictures. And so we can connect this location to identify email of this user, and then use some data leak to find the true name from this email. And as the result of these 3 data sets, we will find out the exact person is a Muslim. And so it could be very dangerous for the How many people use Google Analytics on their website here? It's okay, no judge. About 50% of the website using Google Analytics. And the main problem is that Google Analytics not only collecting the data for your website, it uses global user. As a result, it collects the data of all your websites which you're visiting. It collects the whole trace, how you're going from one website to another. Of course, if you don't have a Google Analytics on a website, it doesn't mean Google Analytics doesn't see it. Because when you click a link, Google Analytics see where it's going. And on the next site with Google Analytics, it will see a referrer header to understand the path even for the website without Google Analytics. So for me, it's pretty shady. It's about 70–60% of all our traces is like collected by the Google. Okay, another misconception. You know, if you have nothing to hide, you have nothing to fear. First problem, there is a people who have something to hide. For instance, in Twitter employee sold all user data of the Saudi dissidents to the Saudi government. And like if Twitter would not collect this data, it will be nothing to sell. But unfortunately, they put this data to database, so it was possible to sell. And as a result of this data leak, one person was executed and another woman was put into the jail. So your architecture decision really make a difference for the people. Some people could be killed because you decided to put something to database. But it's not only about, you know, Saudi Arabia. For instance, in Europe, in Netherlands, there is a company who created face recognition system for the countries like Russia to, like, if you're going to the street protest, they will collect all faces people on this protest, and they will not try to grab you on protest. No, they will go to your home a few days later to grab you there. And this company is operating pretty well, you know, there is no sanction against them, they are pretty normal, because this is part of Europe economy. It's not only about Russian and other people, there is also a cases inside the Europe. There is a case, Spanish government forced Proton Mail and Apple to disclose their user data and put this user to jail. But the only thing that he did, he helped the local protesters, peaceful protests. So this is what happened every day in Europe and other countries. It's not some, you know, strange stories. But even if like you don't do something bad with the government, it doesn't mean this private data is not important for you, because if LLMs will know your private data, they have 2 times more probability to change your political views. And it could be very dangerous, to be honest. I really believe that privacy is a glue which creates a society. Because if even we will know everything about each other, there will be no freedom for social changes. Because a lot of social changes was illegal back days. Okay, what we can do about it? Another topic. Let's speak about another topic. You know, right now, a website is a very awful place, internet. You have a lot of pop-ups, yeah? Somebody made internet very bad place. But I'm on the dev conference. Is it a React conference? Do we creating websites? So who made these pop-ups? We made these pop-ups. We made the internet awful place. Okay, so the first step which you can do to improve the privacy situation, remove GDPR pop-up. A lot of people can say that, you know, the European bureaucrats forced me to add this pop-up. I don't want, but this shitty law GDPR pop-up, GDPR law forced me to add pop-up. But in reality, there is no pop-up in GDPR law. The GDPR law is very simple. Don't track users. How we understand it? That we need to punish users with pop-ups until they will be agree to disclosure their private data, yes? So it's not GDPR law force us to do it. It's our idea that we need to collect all data that we can. You know, pop-up is a dark pattern. It's a punishment for the user. We create it in such way so we force user to press yes even if they don't want it. To be honest, most of the pop-ups really violate the GDPR law because like it should be the same path to reject it, but still, the whole pop-up concept was created to force people. There is a very simple way how you can follow the law and don't add GDPR pop-ups. First, you will use GDPR-compatible analytics. Then you don't have any pop-ups. And when user will like really understand why they need to send the data to you, for instance, in sign-ups page, there you will have a small checkbox explaining how you do collect the data, etc. And in this case, you don't need pop-up. And there is a lot of analytics without without cookies, GDPR compatible analytics, and they can do a lot. They can track the sources, they can track the campaigns, etc. They could not track two things. First, they could not create the unique path through the website for each user, because it's tracking by definition. And second thing, they cannot do remarketing. How many people understand what is remarketing is? It's when the website collects your social media ID. So then they can show the advertisement about your actions on this social media. I think that remarketing is really a dark pattern. Anyway, and there is a lot of cool analytics tools compatible with GDPR. There is plenty of them. It's only 4 which I know, but there is much more numbers. I personally use Plausible, but all of them is pretty nice, so try them. But you understand, the marketing manager force you to use Google Analytics because like they used to it. But I really think that a lot of managers really have irrational data collection obsession. They really want to all data that they could have. And there is a very simple questions to separate irrational data collection obsession with a real in it. Ask how many decisions did they make with the private data for the last year. And there is 0, they really don't need this data. But like in reality, they don't need this data in another reason. About or 1/3 or 2/3 of the people press no to GDPR pop-ups, and so you cannot collect this data. As a result, in reality, the statistics is not representing all users. You know everything only about people who press yes. And this part of the users is not randomly. It's a special group of the users, and they have a very different properties. As a result, you cannot trust this data. The only good way to do a marketing to analyze users is only to use GDPR-free data, private data-free data, because only in this data you will have the all coverage for all users. As a result, this is the only way to do a marketing. And you know, this law, like GDPR, will be everywhere very soon. It's already in the United States, etc. There is no way, you know, to just wait until Europe will change their mind. Unfortunately, this is reality. And I really believe that we as a community can change the world. Like how many people made a website for Internet Explorers here? Like it was really bad browser, and it was really like punishment for us to make a website for them. But what we did we complain? No, we make a conspiracy to force business to stop support Internet Explorer. So why we can do the same with GDPR pop-ups? Let's change it. Let's go away of analytics. Okay, step 2. Reduce the number of companies which have like services which have access to the user data. You know this GDPR pop-ups when they say we care about user privacy? Like there is a huge number of the shady companies in China, etc., sometimes in Iran, which they share data. This is reality, yes? So the main problem is that a lot of companies have too much access. If you have any public CDN, for instance, phones, this CDN will see a lot of data about your users because they see all headers, they see reference, etc. But it's not only that. Hosting, CDNs, a lot of partners like mail service, support, all of these services have full access to your users. And if you have more services, you have more probability of data leaks. So the best way to reduce privacy, reduce number of services. For instance, stop using public CDN for JavaScript libraries. It's also very bad for performance, but it's bad for the privacy. Stop using Google Fonts, really. Like just download WOF2 file, save it, and serve from your server. It will be much faster also, but it's also better for the privacy. Try to use self-hosted solution, even if you don't self-host it. Just to make, you can start using some solution on the cloud, but then in the future you can go to self-hosted. So like, try to choose widely for the future. And try to combine CDN and your cloud. There is a lot of websites where they host it, for instance, on AWS and use Cloudflare as a CDN. But as a result, these two companies have access to the user data. If you will use CDN from Amazon, it will be the pretty similar result, but only Amazon will have access. Or for instance, you can do it with the Cloudflare. So try to combine them on the one platform. Okay, next step, local first. This step is advanced because it's only for the new project. Unfortunately, going to local first, it's very hard for the existing project. So, do you remember good old times when we have Winamp and all music was on the laptop, like on machine, without clouds? It was nice time. But then iPhone was invented, and as a result, each user started to have two different devices, phone and a laptop, and so we start to keep all data in the cloud for synchronization. And I want to suggest you a third way, like in Buddhism. We need to do some synchronization. But instead, let's keep all data on the client side and use cloud only for synchronization, not keeping data there, just as some sort of proxy. There is a whole idea, philosophy about local first. There is a manifesto of local first created by Index, which highly recommend to read it. But I will explain as an example. How many people here use Notion? It's a very popular tool. The only problem is that Notion see all your nodes. It's openly saved on their databases. And they really use it, for instance, to train AI. So they can read any moment. And they keep it in the cloud. They don't keep it locally. There is another company. It's only example. There is many companies like this. It's called Obsidian. And they keep your nodes as a markdown files in a folder. Just markdown files. And you can use any way to synchronize it. You can use GitHub, you can use some cloud provider, or you can use their Obsidian sync service for €5 per month to synchronize it. It's pretty good example of what we mean about the local first. It's pretty the same business and user experience, but the different way where you store the data. Of course, it's like very advanced software, and like local first is a spectrum. So some of the project is really, P2P front end-to-end security, Norway server, but in reality, sometimes you can call local first if you have sync engine with partial database replica on your client side. It's also local first, so it's choose according to your business needs. Okay, how you can make local first software? First, you need a good storage. You need database, because you will have a lot of data on the client. And it means that you need good performance and good query language. It should be about 200 megabytes of the data. And we can do it right now. We can bundle SQLite or Postgres to the cloud side, to the client side. And it's amazing, it's pretty robust. I personally like PGLite, but SQLite is also nice. Then, we need some persistent storage. We can use index database, but it's pretty shitty. The much better way is to use original private file system. It's a way when your website can ask for browser to create a folder, and this gives folder to the browser. The funny part that Firefox uses SQLite for index database and the POFS metadata. So when you put SQLite to the index database, you're putting SQLite inside the SQLite, and it's still much faster than just using the index database. Don't use index database. It's really shitty database. Second step, you need to separate how you write the data. Right now, we often write the data from the React component. We will do different stuff. In the React component, when user press save or change a field, we will create an action of what we can do, similar to the Redux. But to change the data in our database, we will watch for this log, and when we see new action, from the log we will save data to the database and update reactive store, and save data from the log to the server. Why do we need this step? Because in local first applications, there is multiple sources of who changing the data. So it could be another browser type, it could be a server, etc. And it doesn't matter how the action came to the log. It will be the same path. This is why it's important. Next, you need to use CRDT to automatically resolve conflicts. It sounds some scientific, etc. It's very easy to use. It's just library, download, use it. It's easy to do. And second, you will need two different password or authentication method. One, to open a cloud, and second one, to encrypt all data which is passing through the cloud. As a result, only one password will be open for you, the first one. The second one will be always hidden for you. This is why you will not be able to encrypt the data from passing through your cloud. Okay, we create this architecture because we was patient with principles, politics, revolution, etc. But the funny part, we created a very good business project. Let me explain why. First, with local first, there is very simple server. And as a result, you need less backend developers, less people to communicate, less calls. It's always fun. Second, you can write your prototype without server. So it's much better to go to find investment with a prototype if you have local first, because it's offline first and it could work without server. But also, it's very cheap to scale, because you do all the computation on the client side. As a result, if you have more users, you will have more computer power, because they bring computer power with them. As a result, it's better for the business. You don't need investments on each step of your growth, because you don't need a lot of infrastructure. Also, you have no privacy problem, because you don't have data. There is nothing to steal, there is nothing to sell. But most importantly part, that a lot of people told that it's much better to write software when you use sync engine. Because right now we put a lot of network logic to our React component. And as a result, we have a very long, hard to read components. When you use local first, you have a completely different service to synchronize the data. As a result, you have a separation and your components become very tiny and small. And a lot of people really tell that after they adopted sync engine, development speed was increased. Also, zero latency. Data is local, so your application will be faster than your competitors. And this is good reasons for competition. And there is a very good example called Linear. It's analog for the Jira Task Manager. And this area is full of the competitors. It's very hard to compete. And they compete because of the local first. A lot of people choose them because they have a very good performance because of the local first. So local first is not only about principles, it's about money, a business. There is a good example of pitch. It's a slideshow making application, and they already about 2 million users. Or for instance, GoodNotes with 25 million users monthly. So local first is not something new, it's already production-ready solution. There is a lot of frameworks. I personally wrote Lagax in addition to PostCSS, but there is a very good system called Electric SQL, and from replication there is a very good system called Zero, but also Evalue and so highly recommend them. So you don't need to write it from the scratch. There is a lot of good frameworks to start writing local first. There is a good guide, localfirstweb.dev. You can find all sources about the sync engine there, so highly recommend to start from there. Okay, and the last step which you can do. You know, we speak only about privacy, which is important for the United States. But in different parts of Earth, it's very different. Of course, this is the advanced step for big projects like web app, WhatsApp, etc. But still, there is a lot of risks. It's not only government secret service, but it's also your family members or local community with very special ethical standards. They also create a problem for privacy. And unfortunately, our media covers only a problem which is important for the United States, not for all of the world. For instance, sometimes, depending on risk, there is no risk-free solutions. To do something, you need to trust something. In different parts of the world, you can trust different people. If you, for instance, I'm creating the local first RSS reader. And if I will put it to the US market, people in the US don't trust clouds. So they prefer to have local first solution, where the RSS reader will go directly. But in Russia, if you will do it, you don't trust the internet provider. And if you will go, for instance, Navalny.com, internet provider will tell it. So people in Russia will think that privacy is for the cloud-based solution, because cloud is United States and they trust it more. So there is no one way. We need some settings. So people could change, could tell whom they trust more. Or completely different use case. Like in Russia or Belarus, there is a thing called phone checked by local police, random phone checks. So you can walk through the streets, and a few officers will come to you and ask you to unlock your phone and show to them your subscriptions, your channels in Telegram. Of course, you can refuse, tell that you have a right, and they will break your legs. Or, for instance, you can put your PIN number, and they will see some bad channels and put you to the jail as well. Both solutions very bad. And we asked Telegram for some solution, but they did nothing. So people from Belarusian cyber partisans group, they create a fork of Telegram when you can define 2 different PIN numbers. And if you will enter the second one, it will automatically delete all legal channels, and so you will be free from the police random check. Okay, summary. What you should need to do next Monday. First, remove GDPR pop-up from your website by going to the cookieless analytics. Second, reduce the number of services which you share user private data. Third, try to read about the local first and think about it when you will create a new project. And if you're making some social tool, try to think about other markets. And again, I want to remind about the very interesting quote. The decision we make about the privacy of our application today will determine the kind of society we will tomorrow. That's all. This is my social media. This is QR code for the slides. Thank you.
Wow. Any questions? There's one over there. One moment.
Thank you. Okay, so you talked a bit about local first data and accessing through RxJS. Could you talk a bit about the sync problem? So, for example, it worked great for local data and user-generated data where you've got the user generating their data, but say if I had a template engine and then I pull down from the server, sometimes there's a big chunk of data which needs to be pulled down. What are the strategies for doing that sort of syncing where you need kind of data from the server versus that you got the user generated data, which is fun to build local first with?
Thank you. Nice question. There is a multiple way how we can deal with for instance, there is a lot of cases when we have too much data and it is impossible to keep all of them on the client side. The good part, there is right now a lot of local first framework, and you can just choose the framework which will cover your case. For instance, for case similar to which you mentioned, it could be a 0 from the replication because they have a way to predict what data will be needed next, and they upfront cache it to the local database. And cache could be partial, so sometimes it could be wrong, sometimes it could have no data, and in this case it will go to the server and download this data from the server. So there is a solution for frameworks. There is no magic to explain how does it work, they just do it in the straightforward way. But if you will write it manually, it could take a long time, so it's better just to use existing solution. So yeah, there is a lot of framework to cover your needs here without any problems.
Got you. Makes sense. Thank you.
Anyone else? You're far. You right?
Is there a simple way to have that trade-off between local first and proxied data sync?
Censorship. You mean if we were creating some sort of RSS reader, yeah?
Yes, in that example, yeah.
I think there is no way, unfortunately. The main problem is that to communicate with somebody, you need to trust somebody, at least one person. Because in this case, we have 3 different persons, our own application, our client, internet provider, and also websites. If you don't use any proxy, websites will know who reading them, so it also could be a risk. So in reality, unfortunately, it seems like if you really care about privacy and want to cover global use cases, it's better to have multiple options. Maybe that will be some solution. For instance, we can use some sort of Tor, but Tor also have a problem, and you need also again to trust somebody in the Tor network because the final node know a lot of more compared to the nodes in the middle. So again, this is a problem of trust, yeah, and sometimes it's hard to like create the universal solution.
Thanks.
Cool. One more?
Thank you so much for that presentation. Given how the privacy landscape is very different for web apps and mobile apps, since mobile apps are pressured to go through the Apple and Google systems, and where it comes with a lot of analytics. How do we tackle these privacy issues then?
To be honest, like I'm not a mobile developer to answer this question. It's better to ask somebody who like close to the ground, because sometimes it could be hard. Like really, there is also a lot of problems of the libraries which you can use on the mobile, because a lot of these libraries which give you analytics sell the data. So yeah, the risk is really different, but I'm not the person to talk about it. I'm a front-end developer.
Thank you so much.
Okay, I don't have any question. I just want to thank you for raising awareness on such a important issue and giving us solutions for that as well. Everyone, give it up for Andrey. How's the light? It's green though. It says it's green. It should be fine, right?
The cheese.
Yeah, just maybe.
Well, let's switch subjects. We are going to talk about CSS now. Yeah, so we are JavaScript developers, and we do love our libraries and adding a lot of functionality, but sometimes on the front end, less JavaScript is more. Our next speaker is here to show us what modern HTML and CSS can do. They can do a lot of heavy lifting while we focus on our JavaScript. So please give it up, Radoslav Stankov.
Hello, everybody. Just to see. All right. So, you see my slides? So, yeah. Hello, everybody. Did I turn this on? You hear me? Great. Hello, my name is Radoslav Stankov. You can find me everywhere on the internet as R Stankov. Where's my cursor? Yeah, over here. I am from Bulgaria. I'm writing a newsletter called tips@rstankov.com, and all the slides, because I'm going to show you a lot of code and I'm going to talk very fast and present you a lot of things. All my slides are already uploaded here, so if you find something interesting and you couldn't take a picture fast enough, because you know, every time we need first take a picture and be more active. So all the slides would be over here for everybody. This will be my last slide, so if you don't need to decide now if you care about what I'm going to talk about or not. So this is my talk, but actually the original talk is the best JavaScript is no JavaScript. And again, I'm at JavaScript conference, so I mean, I like JavaScript, I love TypeScript, I love React. So yeah, no hate here. But again, it's always important to start with the context. The company which I'm the co-founder used to be called Angry Building, but it was a very Balkan name, and they told us, okay, I don't want to use a company name which is called Angry Building, and also some people missed it with Angry Birds. So we rebranded ourselves last month to Livo, which is a bit more fancier looking. And the whole thing started as a side project. And you know, when you start side projects, this is our developer credo. We don't do the things because they're easy. We do them because we thought they were going to be easy. This side project, I thought it would be like 1 month work, and 2 years later it's still going. And when I was starting my side project, I was thinking about the architecture. Like, I wanted to be fast. I wanted to be really fast just to ship it fast and get over it. So yeah, I used the backend, Ruby on Rails. I decided to say, okay, let's try not having any JavaScript into the project. Let's not have any custom CSS. Let's just use Tailwind, have extensive end-to-end testing, focus on domain. And of course, we had a mobile app, which was TypeScript, React, Expo, GraphQL, and Apollo. But we don't talk about this on this talk. Maybe next year I'll tell you more about it. Today I'm going to focus more on, I had this constraint, I don't want to have JavaScript, and not because I don't like it, but because it was harder to do the end-to-end testing. I needed to import a lot of code. There is a lot more complexity. Now the app right now is around, the app which is like the web app, not the mobile client, is like 800 screens, and those 800 screens are powered by 1,000 lines of JavaScript without any libraries, and all the stuff works. So some of the things I learned, I'm going to share you today. So here is my checklist. I really like checklists about how can we not write code. Because again, we are developers, we love writing code, but we hate writing boring code and stuff that somebody else can do for us. That's the reason we use so much libraries. So first, when I try to not write code, the thing I try to do is just reduce the scope. Just, okay, no feature, no code. Then the important thing is use something that's built-in feature, something that's built into the browser, something that is built into the platform. The one level down is use features for a core platform. Like if you use Next.js, use Next.js routing, don't route your own into the Next.js app. Use the type system. Like a lot of the times, type system actually helps us reduce extra checks. Sometimes, like I found out, it's a lot useful to move logic from the front end to the back end in order for us to be able to share this logic, test it in isolation, and have the clear boundaries. And the final is, again, use third-party libraries. But, as I mentioned today, I'm going to talk about the weird guy to the room, the CSS, in this group of people. Usually when we start working as a developer, we often start with the good old plain HTML, CSS. Then we start adding all the complexity, all the flying colors, and at some point we go back to let's do the plain CSS and HTML. And the thing about it is the CSS, especially CSS in the last 5-6 years, have evolved a lot, and evolved in a ways where I actually don't know most of the features. Like 6 years ago, I can tell you I know most of the CSS features. I'm an expert. Now I'm like, I need to Google or ChatGPT a lot of the new features, but they actually help me a lot. So the first thing when we do CSS is a feature which everybody knows, but I have seen the hover function. So hover is very elementary function. It's in JavaScript for a long time, but how many of you have seen code like this in the applications you work on? Like many people you have seen is like, I have this React, I'm going to use a hover, a use state, I'm then going to have 2 extra functions, I'm going to change classes, and I have to do all of this. So this, I have seen too much code like that in code reviews. And a lot of time people are like, oh yeah, but this would be more easier to reason about. I'm like, no. The idea here is a lot of the times we ignore features that are already into the browser. Like my favorite example is the input type date. How many calendar libraries you have in your project? Sometimes I would say all of them, but there are too many of them. Like a lot of projects I work have at least 3 calendar libraries. And again, it's how many of them, they all are there. And this is a built-in thing into every browser. It works on mobile. Yeah, it doesn't look as fancy. This is how it looked like in Chrome in 2023. But it's very simple. You just say input type date. It's accessible. Like if you were in the earlier talks, accessibility is very important. It's actually mobile friendly. You don't need to build. I remember in one project, we had one calendar for the desktop, and we were checking, oh, if you're mobile, use another And yeah, this works for it has all the batteries. There is zero code, of course. It's not perfect. It has some issues, which is it just have a single date. It doesn't have a date range. We can work, maybe we have 2 inputs, or in this case, we maybe find something else. It doesn't match the style of our site. That's a bit debatable, just the modal doesn't follow it, but again, the other things kind of beat it, like a lot less. Another element which I really like and I start abusing a lot in my projects is the details, and we always want to know the details. So details is an HTML component. It's very simple. You have this detail component. It has a summary, and if you have the summary here, this is like what the details is about, and here you can actually have the text. Just simple, nice. This is how it looks on style. You click, this is how it looks, very nice, very clear. And how I use that. So this is my application. The yellow doesn't look that yellow. It's too burning on these screens, but what can I do? So on the mobile version, on the website, when you click, we all have this drop menu, the hamburger that expands. And what's this? It's a summary with 2 SVGs. One SVG for hidden, one for visible, with a normal UI on list. And these 2 classes are the one I have to add specially. I just say, if the details is open, just don't display the open tag. If it's this, it's don't have it. And this works quite well. It's there, it's visible, and it's how many times you have to write a code for a menu like this. A friend of mine actually uses the details to create tab bars, so they don't have to implement the 20th tab bar UI. And it's really nice. Another nice element, which is new in the HTML, is the dialog component. And dialogues are those nasty pop-ups, and in my application I have one of those for search. So I have this search here, which is the dialog component. It opens and the people can type stuff, and hopefully we find them results. Otherwise we just show a nice GIF and they are not happy, but at least they're entertained. In this mode, we use the dialog. The dialog, it's very accessible. It has a built-in black drop. So for example, you actually see the background can be darkened, blurred with CSS or whatever, but also you don't need to handle about things like scroll position, turning off the scroll position of the page. It handles this for you. Also, the cool thing about it is, if you have a form in the dialog, the form input is automatically, the first visible form input is focused. So this my search one, I don't need to write the code. Oh, if the React component is entered, use effect, find me the reference, and the reference do me the focus, or use the outfocus. It's again, stops the scrolling. Also, the dialog automatically handles keyboard escape, like when you click escape, it closes. And you style it the way you wish. There is 2 things. You still need JavaScript to trigger the mode without being opened, which again, not that bad. And you also need code to close the dialog when you click on the backdrop. There is a big debate, should the backdrop when you click close the modal, or it's a mistake, or it's not. I actually prefer it to be clickable. Most people expect it. It's not built in, but this is a simple JavaScript I use in my application. I just say, if you find a data dialog click, you just find a dialog with this ID, just open it, and if you click on a dialog and there is no dialog, you just close. So this is all my models library, the biggest, the smallest model library in the world is just those 6-7 lines. So this is a lot of the stuff that's kind of built into the browser, and there is a lot new things coming that also help us just have more integration. Another thing which I have in my application, and my application is a bit like a glorified Excel, hopefully better looking, and a lot of the times I need to have table, and those tables need to be responsive. They need to be very flippable. So most of my UI looks like that, just tables upon tables, but a lot of my customers want to use our application on their phone when they're on the go. And this table, when you scroll it, it needs to look like this, because it's more browsable. tables don't look very well on mobile because you need to swipe in various directions. So the way I implemented this is I used before, when I was working more on the React project, I would say, oh, if it's mobile, I'm just going to re-render the whole table in a different way, so there is a re-render. Now, what I do right now is I just have a normal HTML table. Nothing fancy, just table with this table component. I have this class header. I have these titles here to explain what my columns are, and they're in Bulgarian because the software was in Bulgarian when I made the screenshot. So I have those titles. And I have this simple CSS, which says, okay, when the browser max width is 600, then the table component now becomes a bulk component. So there is no cell. Then the bodies become flex components, and I'm just doing some things about no wrapping. And with this code, this is my tables, and I use those attribute titles, titles to be the titles over here. And the nice thing about having titles on cells is when people have a long table and they hover a cell, they have a title of the cell. It's like a small, nice feature here, having the titles. And with those titles, if you notice here, I'm saying, get me the name of the title and put it as a table. And with this way, I have all my tables being responsive. And this thing took me around 2 hours to implement. So I used to have, back then I had like around 200 tables, and I converted the 200 tables into this responsive thing for 2 hours with no JavaScript, no re-renders. When the page comes, it works. When we do the sliding, it goes in. It doesn't animate because nobody in the real world resizes the windows. It's just developers testing. Another thing which I'm not very good to it, and for me that's still dark magic, but it's so cool, is the grid. The CSS, when we had Flex, I thought, okay, this is the best thing ever. Now we have Flex, we can position stuff works, everything is great, we can do whatever. When the grid comes, I'm still learning how to use it. It's very complicated. I always watch 7 YouTube videos to see how to do stuff and just be amazed what's possible. But this is something we are just redoing some redesign, and we have this problem. And most of you most probably had this problem. You have list of items, and all those items have a different height, but you want them to be in a grid. You want to just say, oh, here is item 1, 3, 4. This is 3 lines. This is 2 lines. I want to say, okay, when the screen is very large, fill them in so they are just cells. When the screen is smaller, I want to be 3. They want to be the same height. Notice here, the first line is 2 lines. The second one is 3 lines. This is 3 lines. And it's not centered. I can scroll it up. Now it's 2 items. The 1 item is just flying. When I'm on mobile, this item is just like this. And again, writing this with Flex is a lot of unflexible situation. Flex is not very flexible for stuff like that. There is a lot of the times of what we used to do back in the days, like, okay, let's not curse, but just write code that calculates all the weights. When the screen resizes, put all the heights, the weights, and just refocuses. With grid, you just have this cryptic Perl code-like looking thing. But this is the whole code you need for a single class name. You say this is a grid. The gap between the item is 60 pixels. And I have this grid template, which is repeating, auto-fitting the items, and there is like a mean height of, is it 360 is the smallest it can get, otherwise it expands, and it puts all the items just to fill them in. No idea. Honestly, writing this, I saw it from a YouTube video, the way you can say, oh, you go to work, do this to your colleagues, and they say you're not smart. No, I just saw it from a slide. But yeah, this is something very useful, and there is a lot of interesting web tools to use grid and generate code for grid, because I feel grid API is very powerful, but it's not done for developers. It's more like AI to generate this grid code. It's very complex. I mean, again, I couldn't write it just without help, but it's very useful. And talking about AI help, like often we have situations when we have like an element and it has a tied tooltip. And we say, okay, We want to build a tooltip. And this tooltip is done by an expert developer. This expert developer writes good, clean code. They can use some cool CSS features. They don't need to use JavaScript. They need to do a CSS-only hover tooltip, and here is an API how they use it. It should work for a title and a spam, and AI says, certainly, ChatGPT starts piling, or if you're more modern, something like Cloud Sonnet, and you see this page gets generated, and when you hover, you have a tooltip. The tooltip is actually well positioned, and this is just CSS-only tooltip, and it's possible. And that's something I started doing when I need to approach to do something which I can imagine being a browser feature. Like I can imagine the browser implementing a data tooltip attribute, like the title, because often what we want is cooler titles, like the title attribute to become the tooltip. And I imagine, oh, maybe the browser could have had something like that. Then I'm like, okay, just let's see if it can be generated. And this is like, if you want to see, there is this chat link. You can remember it now. It's a very rememberable URL, very nice URL for this. So you can just copy paste it, put it there. And again, the code actually fits on a slide. I mean, technically it fits on the slide with a very small font. Again, technically correct. Again, we can zoom it out a bit. We can just see again, just scroll it out. It's not that unreadable. I can just go line by line and understand it. There is not much dark magic like grids here. It's just, so if I come back here again, just quick. There is position, absolute, relative, block stuff. There is the other trick when you want to do stuff with CSS is before and after, so you can actually position things. There is this trick I have, okay, over there I can get it, the content, title attribute. So this is another cool trick, is using before and after and content together with this attribute, which takes an attribute from an element and it can put it into the before and after. That's all style stuff. I don't want you to wrap, but just some transformation. I even have like a transition effect and some other absolute positions. And yeah, it's a bit complex, but it works quite well. And because it's a browser standard, if it works now, most probably it's going to work for the next 5-10 years. It won't, like, browser actually have a very good CSS compatibility layers, hopefully. So all the stuff I'm talking about is like the present, but there is a future state here. There is stuff that's coming into the future. And one of the things, I'm going to show you a couple of things I'm very excited about. Some of them technically are here, but only for modern browsers. And again, people are living with auto-updating browser, but still. One cool thing is the container media query. Like we all know that there is like a media query where we can say, okay, if the page is this size, we can do stuff. But often we actually care about the elements, the parent elements size in order to resize their children. And now this is coming to CSS. It's called container query. This is how you can use it. You can say, okay, if my container is larger than, for example, 50M or whatever, then do some resizing. And this removes a lot of code I used to do before, trying to calculate, oh, I have a sidebar, but maybe the user closes the sidebar. I need to resize stuff. The page actually feels in a different way. Or the user have those sidebars that they can actually expand and drop, and most people do this by mistakes and wonder how can I reset it, but it's useful. So a lot of the time, having these container queries would allow us just to target how to style elements logically, just more as declarative. Like one of the key advantages React had when it was released, it actually helps us declare how our UI works. And CSS was the grandfather of this, because it's the perfect, like, this is how it works. So I'm, again, very excited about that. So what we can do is cool things. We can say, oh, if our main container is 400 pixels, the items maybe are tables, maybe are not. If there is a sidebar, they switched in, they switched out, and we don't need to do extra calculations. And again, this has a pretty good support, so it's actually quite usable right now. And I'm actually starting to use it in pages here and there and see if somebody complains, but it has good support, so it's like a very near future, this one. One thing which I'm very excited about for years is we have those nice menus, they're really nice, but they have so many issues. Every designer wants them to style. Like how many of you have written like a drop down, a select menu, and things like that. I have done like hundreds, I think. And again, it's nice, it's usable, system works, mobile, whatever, but the problem is sometimes we need extra info. And this is something quite new. This is, we now in Chrome can actually style the select elements just with CSS. So we can actually, this is built in, no JavaScript, just built in CSS, where you can just say on, off, and disable. You can style all of these things. It's over here, and we can do it. It's the code, it's a bit JavaScripty, but it's just declarative again. You notice there is this new selected content tag where it's like if you have a select, in the select we can now have button, and in the button we can say, okay, this is the selected, how the selected button works, this is how the selected content works. The selected content matches the whole option. In the options we can actually have now divs. In these divs we can put images, and the selected content is actually what the selected option from the LS is. And again, they're still refining it. There is a code pen from this article about different examples of how this works. And again, this is the future, and it's like finally coming here to us. With a small but, the support of this is not very good right now. Like Chrome supports it, Firefox, Opera, Safari, Mobile Safari still doesn't, but this came this year. And there was like 5, 6 different iterations of this. Like I'm following this for like the last 4 years. They are constantly rethinking how to do the HTML of this, and I think finally they're getting to this selected content concept. So hopefully, if I'm right, this is going to be done. In 25, 26, if we are still here, you know, might be in a good state. It's a very things I'm very happy about. So yeah, this is what I wanted to share with you. It's the idea here is not, again, there is a lot of cool tricks here, but the thing which I wanted more for you to notice is just this pattern of, do I actually need to write this code? Can I just put it in the CSS and just forget about it? Do I need to write all the JavaScript code that needs to run in the main thread, the stuff that needs to be garbage collected, a lot of JavaScript needed for a lot of those features is actually a lot bigger than the CSS, so it affects our bundle sizes, it increases our application complexity. Not to mention one of the big reasons why in my main application I try not to write JavaScript is because I want to have end-to-end tests. And having end-to-end tests on static HTML with no JavaScript involved in order for the feature to work actually makes it a lot faster to test for the people. I like again, React Native, the app I use couldn't be done without it. I would, writing Android with Kotlin is such a pain. But having the JavaScript we need to write at the moment we actually really need to do and make it special, because one thing which again comes from like the original idea of React is declarative UI, and CSS is I think the pinnacle, the granddaddy of having declarative UI. So yeah, thank you, that was me.
Very, very nice. Any questions? We have maybe time for 1 or 2. And you can be far from me. I don't mind. I'll walk there. It's fine.
I mean, you're in the middle of the room, so technically.
Yeah, exactly. It's strategic position. Cool. I guess this is it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Blagodaria.
Removing the cables.
So, you know, when I was earlier today talking about React and I just barely scratched the surface, I didn't even mention server functions because that's kind of beyond my knowledge. So I'm looking forward to this next one. As we all know, React has evolved a lot throughout the years, and server actions are now changing the way we think about single-page applications. So, to help us understand this new paradigm, the next speaker will let us know how we can take advantage of server functions, why they matter, and how we can leverage them to build better, faster, and more maintainable React applications. So please welcome, and pardon my Norsk, Petter Sæther Moen.
That's perfect. Okay. Let's see. I think we're good. Okay. Thank you, Pedro, for that introduction. So, yeah, hey, my name is Petter, and I'm here to talk about demystifying React server functions. So a little bit about myself. I live in Trondheim, here in Norway. It's a bit further north from Oslo, very beautiful. And I work in Bekk. It's a consultancy firm here in Norway, and I'm a huge React nerd. So my love story with React started in 2017. That's when I first discovered React, and ever since then I've been hooked on it. It's really changed how I write my applications. And that love kind of got reignited back in 2023, 2 years ago now, when React server components came out. And that's kind of what I'm talking about here today, because React server functions is part of this new server paradigm, I like to call it at least, where React wants to move more of your logic back to the server. So if you haven't seen a server function before, they look just like this. They look just like pretty much any other function you would write in TypeScript, with a small caveat that you have to annotate them with this use server directive on the top of the file. But except that, it just feels like a normal function. And yeah, but the use server directive here, that kind of tells the bundler that this function is not supposed to be run on the client, but this is to be moved to the server and only be called there. This is kind of an alternative to how you would write something like in Next. This is how you would write some server code in more classic Next, where you have to write a API endpoint, and you would also need to do some client code where you have to fetch that API endpoint and parse the JSON. So yeah, that's kind of what server functions are. So what the React team here are trying to do is to standardize this way that we're making code that's supposed to be run on the server, but in a more kind of React way, because right now a lot of frameworks are doing this. Like Next.js, as we saw, have their route handlers, but also React Router. They also got their own way of doing this. So the React team is seeing that there needs to be some kind of way to do this more uniformly, so we don't have to learn all these different frameworks. We just have to learn React. And yeah, these server functions are often referred to as server actions, and that's because they were originally called only server actions, but they were later renamed to server functions to grab a larger scope of use cases for it. So I will probably say server actions a lot today, because that's what I'm used to calling it, but they are essentially server functions now. And we'll also mostly be looking at the Next.js implementation of server functions, because that's kind of a special thing about this new React server components, is that it's a part of React, but it's also not, because it's a part of React that each framework has to implement on their own. So right now, it's pretty much only Next.js that has a full implementation of React Server components. But we are seeing others catching up as well. React Router just last month posted a article where they showed off how their React Server component implementation is almost done, and they have released a preview candidate that you can try out. So that's going to be really exciting to see where they take this. So why would you really want to use this thing? And to demonstrate that, I thought we can try some live coding, because that always goes well. So let me just start up my app. So I have created this beautiful Jira clone because I like to create things myself. So what this allows you to do is that you can move cards around to track your work. And when you see like I'm moving the card around, it turns orange. That's my optimistic UI because the server is kind of slow. And you also saw this weird thing, right? The card jumped around. Yeah, someone on the backend here is not doing their job too well. So yeah, this isn't perfect, but it's good enough for my use case. So if we want to take a look at the implementation here, it's pretty much just this move card function here. That's all the logic you need to move the cards around. And it's just a post request to the move card endpoint. And also, after you've done a post request, I also want to fetch the new columns, so I get the updated positions of the cards. That's what you saw when the card went from orange back to white again. But I don't like this implementation too much, because there's no type safety here. Like, if I misspelled this API endpoint and, for instance, called it move issue, there's nothing stopping me here. Like, as we can see here, there's TypeScript says that everything's okay. There's no issues here. But as soon as we try to use our app, we just get a 404 from the server. So something is wrong here. And also, if the body isn't what it's supposed to be, so if I, for instance, send in foobar instead, TypeScript also says this is perfect. No issues here. But as soon as we go and actually try this out, we're getting a 500 from the move card API endpoint. So this is, I think, just really painful, because I have to go back and forth a lot just to try and check if everything is working, which is not that great. But I heard about this new thing called server functions, and maybe that can help us out. So let's try to make this API endpoint into a server function instead. So I'm just going to take the body of this API endpoint. I'm going to make myself a new file. I'll call it move card action. And as we saw, we need to annotate our file with a use server directive. That means that everything I export in this file becomes a server function. So I'll call this move card action. And if I just put everything from the API endpoint back here, we're almost done. But I want to feel like this isn't really a server thing. And if I was to just write this function as a normal JavaScript function, I wouldn't really want to think about the request and the response too much. So let's just delete that and just have the essential parts of the function here. I need to take in a move event as a parameter instead of taking it in as a request. And when we do that, we have a pretty simple function. So if we try to replace our fetching here with the move card action instead, and we send in the move event and await it, let's see if that works. Hopefully, we can now see that it still seems to work. Okay, I can try to make this a little bit bigger so you can see the network tab. One difference we saw now is that we're not anymore calling the API endpoint called move card. Now we're just calling the slash route. And we can also see like we are getting some response. It's kind of gibberish, but yeah, it seems to be working all right. So yeah, already we're doing quite a much better, I would say. But there's still some pain points here. I'm still doing some fetching here, and I don't really like that. Because we are already in our server component for the page, we're already getting the columns there, so why can't we just use that instead? Well, the fortunate thing about Next is that we can actually do that. So if we go back to our server function and say revalidate path on the path we're at, which is slash, there we go. That actually re-renders the server components on this page and takes the result of that render and brings it back to the client in the same request. So if we do that instead, and then just remove all the logic for refetching and remove the state, and instead just taking columns as the props here, we've eliminated a lot of code. Now the component actually fits on my screen. And if we can check it out now, it's still working. Perfect. And now we also see there's no API slash fetch columns or whatever it was, but there's now instead, let's see if I do one more here. We would actually, if we saw the response here, there we go. There's a lot of gibberish here, and that's the server components being re-rendered and actually brought back to us in the same request that we're doing the mutation. So that's pretty cool. So let's see. So why would you want to use it? Well, we saw that we actually get some free type safety out of this. If you go back to the code again here, remember how like I could send in foobar to the other thing and the TypeScript was okay with it? Here, when I send in foobar, it's actually saying, I didn't expect foo here. I'm expecting a move event. So it's actually stopping me from sending in incorrect data. And also there's no API endpoint that I can screw up here. It's just a reference to a function. So because it looks like a function, TypeScript can also reason about it as a normal function. And it's a lot easier to use and write than API endpoints. Because, yeah, you're just really making functions. And the last thing of why I like it so much is that it makes race conditions impossible. That's pretty sick. I didn't show you this, but remember how the cards kind of are jumping around when I was moving them too fast? Well, if I do the same again here, and we wait for the backend to finish, it actually ended up where it's supposed to be. So that's pretty great. Now, you might be wondering, let's see, how is that even possible? How did we, just by rewriting our application, solve a fundamental issue in our app? And to explain that, I think we need to demystify server functions even further. So let's jump into what actually happens on the client here when we write a server function. So if you go back to the getUser server function we wrote in the beginning, what actually happens when the bundler sees this is that it moves the function to the server, so on the client, something needs to happen. And what happens is that the body is replaced with this, a call to this dispatch action function, where it also just sends in the ID of the action, which is like a unique identifier for which function we want to call, and all the arguments for the function. When you call this function, there's created a action object, and this action object is then put on a global action queue, where each action in your application has to go one by one to the server, and when all the other actions before you has been to the server, we can finally execute our function. So on the server, this looks like something like this. It's just a normal post request to whatever route we were on, but there's a small caveat here that there's a special header here now, which is called the next action header, where the value is the action ID of which function we're trying to call. This action ID is then looked up towards a server reference manifest that lives on the server. You can actually, if you build your next app, you will find this in your built files. So in the .next folder, you'll find a server reference manifest. This just shows every function you have in your application and where they're being used. So this is kind of nice to look at. With this ID, we can find the actual module ID of the function we're trying to run. We can then load that module and run it as a normal server function. The response from this, as we saw earlier, is put back to the client. So it's bringing the response back to the client, and then we're kind of done with this dispatch. So what part of this did actually solve the race condition? Well, some of you might have seen it, but it's actually this action queue that's on the next server. So this is next specific, that every action you perform is put on a global action queue. Every action, there's no action queue for a specific function. Every function is sharing the same queue. This becomes very apparent if you look at a classic React app, where you can see that if I press a button fast here, there's a lot of requests going in parallel. We can see it, especially in the waterfall graph on the top. There's a lot of requests going at the same time. While on the server function side, we just see a straight line for the waterfall graph. And this shows that each request is actually waiting for each other before it can go on. And this is kind of, a lot of people don't like server functions because of this, because it can be slower than normal API endpoints and fetching. So this is where optimistic UI really gets important. It's not completely random that I had some optimistic UI in my app, because it can feel slower for the user. But yeah, I still think they're really nice to use. So, well, yeah, should you use server functions then, when they are so slow? And as I said, I mean, definitely yes. The developer experience is infinitely nicer, and any slowness that the user can perceive is usually just solved by having some optimistic UI instead. But maybe more interestingly is, when should you not use it? And yeah, if you need a general API for instance, you're creating a mobile app and you have this next app, then you might want to have a general API instead, because as we saw on the response from these server actions, it's really hard to reason about the responses. You really need a tool to parse these. Another case where it might not be the right fit is if it's essential, and I put some weight on essential here, that requests do execute in parallel. That can happen, but yeah, most of the time it's not as essential as you think, because yeah, as I said, optimistic UI really does solve it for you. And the last point, which the React team is saying that where you shouldn't use it, is for data fetching. If you're doing data fetching, you should really instead be using either server components or maybe some API endpoints. And part of the reason behind this is that when you're doing just normal data fetching, it's kind of hard to hide that behind some optimistic UI, because we don't have anything yet. So yeah, but I think you should still check it out, and you can also, of course, mix and match, use it however you'd like. And yeah, that's pretty much it for me. Thank you.
Cool. Questions? Questions about, is it server functions or server actions?
It's server functions, but if you use an action as, or if you use a function as an action, it's called a server action. So it's both.
So it's still both?
Yeah.
Cool. Questions on optimistic UI? No. All right. Thank you. Oh, sorry. I didn't hear you. I didn't hear you.
You mentioned optimistic UI a couple of times, but what is that?
Oh yeah, sorry. Optimistic UI is the practice of updating the UI. So for instance, when I'm moving these cards around, the backend is still working. So if we look at these requests, I don't know if, Can we get the screen back on? Ah, perfect. If I can move this around. When I move cards around in this app, you can see that the request is still taking some time to respond. And what I've done here is that I've just moved the card on my client, and while I'm waiting for a response, I'm just assuming that this is the correct state. But and that's why I'm making it yellow now. The yellow is kind of to show that this is the optimistic point. I think it's going to end up here, but when I get a response from the server, that's where it's actually ending up. So that's kind of the optimistic UI part of it.
Anyone else? All right, a big round of applause for Peter. I gotta tell you something. This couch is really comfortable. I wonder where I could buy one. Swift.so, Swift.no, Swift.se. Have you seen these plans? And also what? DE as well, yeah, if you're for the German people out there. When is the PT coming? Yes. Also, how cool are those plants? So when I go home, I'll probably order some plantagen.com. Anyway, I think there's one more thing I gotta say before we go. Lunch. Yeah, about there were some loud noises before these few talks, right? So that means, oh, there it is. React Norway 2026 at the Rockefeller. Yeah, you heard that right. It's happening. Yeah. So I hope I'll see you there. And you're the first one to hear it. Welcome back, everyone. I hope you had you enjoyed lunch. I personally found it very tasty. I don't know about you, but that doesn't really matter right now. We're going to get started right away with Erik. He's going to talk about a paradigm shift in UI development. Remember some years ago, like in the early 2010s, where we thought we would end up in a point where we would write our UI once and it would run everywhere, and how that didn't really happen. So Erik is going to offer us, what's next in that idea, and maybe we're now getting closer to it. So please, a big round of applause, Erik Thorelli.
Woo! Let's go. Okay. Can everybody hear me? Yeah? Okay, cool. All right. Yeah, thank you for the amazing introduction. Cool, welcome to the second half of React Norway. I'm going to try a bunch of new things here at like meta level for myself. I'm going to try presenting from VS Code. So bear with me. And yeah, I just want to acknowledge that going right after lunch. Yeah, it's a little difficult, and I'm not going to try to throw like very long technical discussions or go through a lot of code because you guys are probably somewhere. That was like the pre-lunch hype. You're probably somewhere in like a food coma. Maybe you'll get through like the struggle during this talk, and then the coffee will finally kick in when Erik, the second Erik, comes to tell us more about React outside the DOM. Today's journey, I'm gonna try to convince you all that it's never been easier to do cross-platform UI development, but it's also never been harder to do it right. We'll go through some definitions. They'll probably be the most boring thing, so if you nod off and go to sleep for a few minutes, that's okay. And then we get to like a little bit of a story about kind of some of the things that I thought were very interesting about like watching this history unfold, and then some demos and some magic. And yeah, sit back, relax, and enjoy this tale. So a bit about me, why I should be the one to talk a little bit about this. I've been doing React and cross-platform apps with like React Native for, I'm in my 11th year, which is to say I've been doing React Native for 10 years since it was open sourced in 2015. I'm also here from San Francisco, so if I mess up at all, it's either the AIs that have helped me, it's their fault, or it's the jet lag. So I've got two excuses. But if you're ever in San Francisco, I co-organize the All Things Web meetup, which used to be the React Bay Area meetup and a few other meetups, and we merged them into one. So if you're ever around, we have like monthly meetups and a 9-hour time difference. And then my day job, I work on cross-platform applications, a few different products at Cisco, the networking company. And then I just procrastinated, had a little bit of fun, nostalgia. This is the first or oldest website I could find that I built. This is from 2000. Anybody ever use Microsoft Front Page? Yeah. All right. It was basically, for those that never used it, Microsoft was like, well, we've got Word and we've got Excel. Why not a IDE? It was like shipped with Office. It was amazing. Anyway, and then since it's 2015, I figured I've got to have like an AI slide. And thinking about like how could AI fit into abstract UI? And I figured, well, actually maybe like prompts are going to be the new abstraction. You could just speak in natural language, and then that's what you're coding in. There's some really cool things if you've tried V0 for like Next.js stuff. A0 is a new startup. They're doing, besides copying the V0 branding, obviously, they're doing like mobile apps in the browser, and it's pretty cool. And then, yeah, I'm just going to have in this one AI slide with, I think it's way too early to tell. We have no idea what UI development is going to be like with AI. So let's focus on what we can do now. And then I've got a little vibes alert here. So if you couldn't tell already, all of the slides in this slide deck were vibe coded. So again, I'm just going to blame the AI if they're not good. The only one that wasn't was this one, because I wrote this to let you guys know. But yeah, I'm trying out a few different things. So who here writes React code? Okay, keep your hands up for the second one. Who here writes cross-platform apps with React? Okay, there's a lot less hands. Okay, plot list. If you raise your hand on the first one but not the second, you're actually doing both. I hope to convince you of that, that there isn't just one platform when we're talking about the web platform. So when we're talking about the web platform, we tend to think that it's just like one thing that we're shipping to. But who here remembers like Internet Explorer as a developer? Okay. Safari, like WebKit stuff. Yeah. And we saw like a can I use chart up earlier in one of the earlier talks about you know, what can or can't you use in CSS. So there's different browsers. There's actually like a whole new generation of browsers coming up. People are thinking of that's the new thing to do. There's a lot of different engines, so your JavaScript isn't necessarily running in the same kind of environment. You've got different operating systems. You've got different devices. You've got like responsiveness that you need to worry about for like mobile platforms and things like that. So the styling or any other things, they're going to be evaluated differently. Those are like platform checks, basically, like media queries and whatnot. That's my argument here, is that we're all kind of used to this. So who here, just like a quick show of hands, like who here writes React with like the HTML primitives more than they write React with like a design system? Like who's using like p tags, div tags? Okay. All right. I was hoping like everyone would have their hands down for that one. I could be like, well, it doesn't matter. You can just use the primitive of anything. But we'll see. And then who here knows what Babel is? Yeah? Use Babel. It allows us, obviously, to write whatever modern stuff we want and then transpile to all the different build targets we want. Okay? The argument, you wouldn't need Babel one platform that you're going to. Okay. Okay. And again, who here now thinks that they write cross-platform apps with React? Okay, it's obviously 100% of you now raising your hands. All right, so history of abstract UI. There's a bunch of different definitions, and I decided, like, in the spirit of XKCD, to create like a new term. So that's why I call it abstract UI. But these are kind of like rough. I just want to kind of like pin them down a little bit. But there's this idea that you can have like universal apps. So these are like the right ones run everywhere, just from one code base. You can have cross-platform. So this is like, yeah, you're adapting to like the actual platform. But really what I want to focus on is just UI apps as an abstraction in general. That we're not talking about specific primitives like div tags of any specific platform. So some of the things that we've tried in the past is to think of like the web as the universal platform. Who here has ever used an Electron app on a desktop? Like, have you ever used Slack or anything like that? Yeah. Who here has ever used a web app on a mobile phone? Like yeah? Okay. Who here enjoyed using a web app on a mobile phone? Okay. And then, yeah, we've had that actually. I think of it as like a couple different versions where like the first generation was kind of like, okay, just write HTML5 and then Cordova, PhoneGap, Xamarin, or Xamarin's own little thing, but like they'll just make the app for you. And then there was like, okay, let's try to do this right, and there wasn't really like great consensus on like how to do progressive web apps and stuff like that. But yeah, and then my favorite one is the apps to web apps, but from like web standards thing, which I think is pretty cool with WebAssembly. But I'm going to say that those are trash, just so that we keep the story going. this is what I think of as like the heady days. This is also, if you're paying attention a couple minutes ago, this is when I started writing in React. So I had these like just stars in my eyes, and it seemed like everything was really cool. React team launched React in 2013, open source, and then decoupled. Actually, I don't know if this was 2015. This was vibe coded. So, but shortly was it? Yeah. It was like right at the same time that React Native beta was released, and it was kind of required that React DOM and React be separated because React, they determined, and it is to this day, platform agnostic. Talking about React, talking about like, oh, I'm writing a React app for the web, but you need both of those libraries, right? So that React DOM is like the bindings to the web platform. So happened. The Flux pattern was announced, I think, the year before, and then Redux came out in 2015. So it was like, okay, cool. We've got like unidirectional data flows. We've got like the way to do like more complex state. And then React Native was released, and it was like, hey, you can just learn React, and you can have apps everywhere. And so this is amazing for startups, especially where you're just like, we don't have enough people to build all these things. Save time. You can have an iOS app, Android app, web app. And there was one in particular that I wanted to call out, which was Airbnb. They're maybe like famously known today in the React Native community as like the ones that abandoned React Native, but that came later. They were I think like a dream team of people creating like some really cool stuff back then. And this is where I felt like, man, we're gonna have like this world where you can just have one abstraction and you get it all. So React Primitives was the library that Leland Richardson he wrote. This is basically React Native, but even a bit more abstracted, and it allowed you to just like write a single code, and you could deploy it anywhere. And then React Sketch app. Anyone here remember Sketch, the design app? Yeah? You guys remember? Do you guys know Figma? Yeah, okay. I remember when Figma came out. No way. This is like Sketch is way better. I don't want to go on a browser for, yeah, I was totally wrong. But so they had this really, really cool thing, which was called React Sketch app, which used React primitives under the hood, and then it was able to target a design application. So you could actually have like your code of like your components and your design of your components in sync, which was like amazing. And while I was going through this, I still don't think there's anything that can do this two-way with Figma. And that's like a game changer. So if anybody here is like, man, I really need a project that would be impactful, go build that. It's probably pretty easy. It was really easy with Sketch. Like the Sketch data model is just JSON. So yeah, just a shout out there. But so yeah, it just felt like, man, not only can we deploy our apps to any platform we want, but even like our internal tools, we can have it all in sync. Different people with different kind of roles. We're all just kind of in this together. And yeah, this is a screenshot from React Sketch app. It's still available. I had a live demo from a talk on React Sketch app from like 10 years ago, but I don't have a Sketch license, and I don't think it works anymore. But it was really cool. You could like literally change values in either Sketch or in code, and they would just hot reload. It was really cool. And so yeah, if you notice, I put a couple names of people on the slides for React Primitives, React Sketch app. I often think it takes like a team, but sometimes it does take some heroes. So please be one of those next generation of heroes and build some really cool tools. All right, but back to the serious stuff. By the way, who here vibe codes? Yeah? Who here is just tired of me asking you to raise your hand? Okay. So this is Claude that wrote all these slides. It's just emojis on every single one. I don't know why they like emojis so much, but anyway. One really popular term, and I think it's like misunderstood. I misunderstood it for a very long time, which is the once, run anywhere, and learn once, write anywhere. So this is a very important distinction, especially when you're looking at like different solutions today and deciding on what to go with. It has like real business implications as well. We'll get to that in a second. But write once, run anywhere is like you write your code and then you can just run on any platform. So this you could think of like your entire app is like containerized or whatever. You could just run it anywhere. So that's really good. You've only written it once and you can just run it on so many different platforms. The React or React Native way is learn once, write anywhere, which doesn't say necessarily that you're going to run it on every platform, but you're going to learn React one time, and then you're going to be able to write app code for any platform that you want. So the key distinction here, like when we get into the practicality of it, I think is that the second one means that you're respecting the platform. So you're respecting like the platform native UI. And we'll get to an example here in just a second of that. But you've probably heard this term UI as a function of state. I like to think of it, and also it seems like super impressive when you write a formula. So I like to think of it as UI as a function of state and platform when we're talking about multi-platform. So what does this look like? It's very simple. This is, if anyone has never written React Native code before, this is it. It's just React. But you're using primitives like view, text, and button instead of like a span and button, I think. When we think of React Native, we think of like being able to deploy to iOS and to Android. More and more people are recognizing that you can deploy it to web as well. And I'll show a live demo here at the end. But this was actually developed at Twitter like many years ago. So if you've ever gone on like Twitter on your phone in a browser, that's a React Native web app, which is pretty cool. So I guess it's m.x.com now, but yeah, m.twitter. It's open source as well. So to give you a more tangible example, React Native has this switch component, and I'll show you what it looks like first when writing it, and then what's going on the hood, as simply as possible. So you're importing switch from React Native, right? We just have like a use state that's it is or isn't enabled basically, and then the switch. So I think it's pretty cool. Like what happens? Like you're just writing this. You're not writing like if it's Android do this, or if it's iOS do this, or web do this. You can if you want to, but you don't need to. And so what's going to happen under the hood is that is going to, oh no, the vibe codes, no. I mean, I'm like in a fork in the road. Do I try to like live update the codes? Basically, a toggle, like who is the iOS user? Oh God, I'm asking you to raise your hand so many times, I'm sorry. But you get like a toggle, right? And on Android, you get like a checkbox. And on web, I think you get a checkbox. So under the hood, this switch component is going to be smart enough to figure out what should I render to, because it's going to be using the bindings for whatever build targets you have. So if you're building your app at your build stage for iOS, Android, web, anything else, whatever, there's going to be bindings for switch. So when you get to that build stage, your build tools are like, oh, okay, so this is going for web. I'm going to compile it to this checkbox. And I think a pretty tangible thing. Who watched the WWDC keynote? Yeah, you guys watch this, or at least like the storm of people being upset about this liquid glass thing. So, if for those of you who didn't see it this week, Apple had their keynote. They talked about all the new things coming, and they decided that they're going to have a new design language, and it's called Liquid Glass. I don't know if you could tell, but like a music player on top of the music player with the navigation with content underneath. And this isn't like someone making fun of it. This is like from the Apple site. This is them being like, this is the one. So what does this mean if you are, let's take a practical example here of like, okay, Apple released that liquid glass. For your users of your app, if they're on iOS, in the fall, they're going to have liquid glass as the platform default. So all the native apps that are on that device, all the Apple apps and all that stuff, they're going to have that kind of UI. And so you basically have like two options, depending on how you have chosen to build your cross-platform application. You could either have to rewrite everything to be styled to look like that liquid glass so that your users feel at home in your app. Or if you use React Native, oh, this is where I have to actually do oh man, it was gonna be so cool. There's gonna be like a video here, y'all. I need to like reduce the security or something. There we go. Disable all security. There we go. And so I don't know if it's actually big enough, but this is Evan Bacon, for anybody that wants to follow somebody about React Native. Evan Bacon is probably like the best person if you're just going to pick one. But here he's demoing the Expo app. This is immediately after the keynote. He downloads the developer beta and runs it the next version of iOS beta on his device. Everything just works. You don't have to do anything. So that's like, I think that's a pretty big value. And then, so here's like probably the most busy slide. So going back to like how does this kind of work and how do we think about this, like the mental model here. When you write those views and those texts, those are not primitives to any platform, right? Like you've got your p tags, h1, whatever on web. Those are the native primitives, right? They're going to just work. In React Native, they don't work out of the box. They have to get built into something, right? So this is what I mean by like an abstract, a full abstraction. So under the hood, the view component up there, for iOS, it'll become a UI view at build time. For Android, it'll become an android.view.view. And for web, it'll become a div. And then for text, you see it's similar. Those are the native build targets for those kinds of components. So if you use the React Native primitives, you get those native components there, which is it's pretty great because your users are going to feel at home in your app, and you're going to get all the new stuff right away. And yeah, if you have time, if this is interesting to you and you want to learn more about this, I definitely recommend checking out the React Native Many Platforms Vision blog post from the React Native team, because yes, we can build to anything. So we've got React Native Windows. So who here uses Windows? I'm asking, raising hands. Yeah, I'm sorry. Windows 11, the Start menu, React Native. A bunch of other stuff in like the Office suites, React Native. Microsoft's going like hard on React Native. Mac OS is also ironically maintained by the same people at Microsoft. Start menu is coming to Mac OS soon. And then I think like all the collaboration, like the comments and threads and stuff like that they have now, and all that's all React Native as well. So and they can share it across all the platforms. So working also TVs, AR. I've tried some of the AR stuff with React Native. It's pretty cool. I learned this like last summer. The entire Kindle OS, like the actual OS, was rewritten in like 2017 or 18. This is like a custom fork of React Native, like the actual operating system on Kindles. It's wild. The PlayStation store, like on PlayStations, Tesla interfaces, both their mobile app and the display like in the car. Lots of cool stuff. All right, and then I didn't ask the AI to make this slide. Because I'm supposed to just do whatever the AIs tell me, I then told the AI to go build the app. So here we go with a, we have any React Norway organizers back there? We've got an app. We've got an app now. Yeah. It's got all the speakers. It's got the schedule. If you notice, I've got like a great It's done like a great photo of me. I don't know if you can see the. You can like extract like all the data from the site for like the talks and everything, but when I was like, but also take the photo URLs, it was like, I can't. I don't know how. So yeah, this is running in a web browser. I felt that was like a very powerful demo for me. Like spinning up a browser is way faster than a mobile app or like a mobile emulator or simulator. So yeah, this is a React Native app fully. It's within the within this code base here. This is using like Expo like new hotness stuff. So if you're familiar with like Next.js or other kinds of like nice clean ways to do routing and stuff like that, it's very similar. So we've got like our like whole app here, completely vibe coded like 1 hour ago. And yeah, that's that. I think I might have more slides, but I don't know if I might at time. Let's see. Oh yeah, things to remember. Yeah, this is what the AI thinks we should remember. Yeah, basically, I think whenever if you're like a consultancy, an agency, or you're a product development team at a company, you need to build a product for your company, and you're thinking about this when it comes to mobile apps. I'm obviously extremely biased, but I really like the React Native philosophy that we respect the platform by default, because that like it's really easy to think that your users are coming to your product, like. That's all that matters. But your product, if it's on a phone, it's just there among many other apps. So the more it can feel natural, the more it can be performant, the better, I think. And then I had one other thing that was good here. I swear. Oh yeah, this is another bonus slide. The AI that made these slides made a copy of one of the other slides and was like, I think that you should have this one. And the only difference was that it wanted to say that in 2025 is the year of AI-assisted universal development. So yeah, I think that's my talk. If anyone wants you can actually literally, if you want to like have this app right now and like, if you're also on my local host, no, but seriously, you can actually. I don't know how the Wi-Fi is set up here. There can be firewall rules, but Expo has like a tunneling feature that if it's not blocked, you can actually just scan this with the Expo Go mobile app on your phone, and you will be running off of my laptop for that whole app on Android, iOS, or web. So, anyone wants to give it a try and see if this actually works. Go for it, but that's it.
Thank you. We might have time for one question and one question only. Does anyone want to be the one? All right.
Cool.
That's Erik.
Woo.
Erik number 1 precedes Erik number 2. So we're going to stay on subject here with this next talk. We are going to go into the nitty-gritty details of the React compiler, React reconciler, which I want to know what it is. And to help us explain all of that, please welcome Erik Rasmussen. What's it? Is it on?
Yeah. Hello.
Yeah.
Okay.
It would help if I plug this in. Extended display. Okay. So, my name is Erik Rasmussen. I am of Norwegian descent, as my name implies. I was thinking, finally I'm going to go to a conference where they're going to introduce me and know how to say my name, but then they gave me the Portuguese guy. So today I'm here to talk to you about what React can do beyond the DOM. We got a little bit of that from the previous Erik, but most React developers know that they've got this in their package JSON. And this is ever since React 0.14, when the React team figured out that, oh, wait a minute, we can render to other possible platforms. But most beginner React developers these days don't really have a solid understanding of what these two things mean. So I'm going to describe them to you. React is the core library that provides the fundamental API for building UI components. It manages component logic, such as component state and lifecycle methods and hooks. And it has a reconciliation algorithm that determines how updates should be applied to the UI, like which bits to re-render. And as stated in the previous talk, it is totally platform agnostic. It can be used with lots of different renders, from React DOM for the web or React Native for mobile, and others. And it also handles JSX, converting JSX syntax into these JavaScript functions. But it does not dictate how they are rendered. Now, React DOM, on the other hand, is a web-specific renderer. It renders React components to the actual browser DOM. And it does this using what they call a virtual DOM, where because it's too expensive to render to the actual DOM, they render it to an in-memory version of the DOM and then perform a diffing algorithm to only update the bits of the DOM that need to be updated. And it handles all this DOM manipulation, updating and mounting and unmounting of the elements in the DOM. And another important thing is event handling. This is not so important now that browsers are better, but back when React first came out, all the different events from the different browsers were slightly different, and React normalized all of this. That was one of the big values of jQuery, if you recall that. And it also does hydration and server-side rendering. So it doesn't only render to the browser DOM. On the server, it can render to an HTML string and send that down to the browser. And then hydration is when the browser has downloaded the HTML file to go and replug in all of the different event handlers to make it interactive. And other things like portals that we're not going to talk about. But the real power from React that I don't think is realized enough, which is a big part of what Erik was just talking about, is that once you learn all of this stuff, because as a React developer for the web, you have learned all of this stuff. But this enables you to do so much more than you might be aware of. So let's look at some React renderers. There's the React DOM. There's React Native, which goes to the actual native components, as Erik just described. There's React 3 Fiber. There's React 360, which was Facebook's. It was really cool. You could render to a VR environment, but they're not supporting that anymore, but clearly they are interested in VR, so they must have something internally. I wouldn't be surprised if it's using React. There's React 3 Fiber to render to this 3JS visualization library. And as mentioned previously, there's React Native Web, which lets you render React Native components to the DOM. One of my favorites is React PDF. Like, I have no idea how to make a PDF file, but with this library, I can render to what feel like divs and spans and stuff, and it will spit out a nice PDF, which is pretty cool. And then there's another favorite of mine called Ink, which, again, I have no idea how to build a CLI application and like stack text around and let you arrow up and down and stuff, but if you use Ink, you can think about it like it's just a React component. And maybe something you build could be added to this list. So for the purposes of the talk, I decided to build my own React renderer. And it needed to be something simple that I could turn JSX into something that I understood what it should be. So I came up with about the dumbest possible idea ever. And that is a library to render HTML to Markdown. Nobody ever wants to go in that direction. It only makes sense to go in the opposite direction. But I thought, hey, this is a thing that I can learn the React renderer, the way to build one. So I built something that will take some JSX that looks like this and convert it to Markdown that looks like this. I think we're all familiar with these, with Markdown a little bit. So quick, boring definition section as well. The reconciler is the core engine of React that figures out how to update the DOM in response to changes in state or props. The host environment is the platform you're rendering to, like the DOM or to Canvas or to Terminal. The host component refers to one of the platform specific elements, like a div for DOM or a rect in Canvas. Host config is this way that you configure the reconciler. It's a big object of functions that describe how it should interact with your target environment. An instance is an object that represents one UI element in your environment. So for DOM, it would be like an HTML element. The container is the root that you are rendering to, which can be whatever. And React renders in two phases. There's the update phase, where the reconciler goes through your JSX tree to determine which components need to re-render. And then there's the commit phase, when the actual minimum changes are written to your target environment. So, how do we build one of these? Well, first we need a library called React Reconciler. This is a package maintained by Facebook/Meta. There's not a lot of documentation, but it's really the only game in town if you want to build a reconciler, a renderer. You need a render function that takes your JSX and outputs whatever it is you're outputting. And your host config that I mentioned before, which is how you tell React Reconciler what to do. And unless you're building a library that's as dumb as converting HTML to Markdown, maybe you can profit from it. So let's look at what one of these looks like. It's not as scary as it looks. We import our React Reconciler. We have our host config that we're going to talk about in a second. And we create a reconciler using our host config. And then we create a render function that takes our JSX element, and we construct a container. Again, this is totally arbitrary, up to us. And then we create a root with create container. And then we call update container. And this update container is going to mutate the structure inside of our container object. And all that other stuff is just to turn off all the crazy whistle features that React has put in over the years, like hydration and strict mode and concurrency and all that stuff. Typically, for a small project, you're not going to need any of that, but hey, it's there if you need it. All right, let's look at the host config. The most important function in your host config is create instance. This is given a type and some props. The type is typically the tag of your JSX, so like div, for example. And in DOM, this is pretty straightforward. We're going to create create an element, and copy over each of the props that we want to copy over to our element, and then return the element. So our instance in this case is a DOM element. In my little markdown implementation, I'm just constructing an object to remember the type and the props and a place to put potential children. There's also create text instance, which I don't know how familiar you are with the DOM API, but there's another kind of instance in the DOM that's a text instance, which is the text between all of your tags, and it's like any other except there's no tag. So this directly correlates to the DOM API. And in my implementation, I've just created a special kind of object, called it that. Then there's append to container, which just directly mirrors the DOM API. And in mine, I'm just pushing to the children. Then there's append initial child and append child. Append initial child is called on the very first render, and then append child on each subsequent one. And that's just the same as the DOM API. In mine, I'm doing a little bit of like, if it's a parent is a string, then we can't append it. And if the child is a string, then we create a text element. Otherwise, we just push, and we let the child know who the parent is. And this is the same implementation for the append child. And of course, there are all the other DOM sort of manipulation stuff of inserting between and moving around and unmounting. Like all of those exist in this host config. Then there's these other two important ones. Remember, the React renders in two phases, and in the prepare phase, we give prepare update the instance. Remember, that's the actual like DOM element or whatever, and the type and the props, and then the prepare update decides whether or not it needs to be committed, and then if it does, then commit update is what actually does the committing. And then there's a few more parts, just a few more parts of host config that I haven't shown you, mostly for suspense and hydration, and they are things like this, and this, and this, and this. There's a lot of stuff in there that you can just ignore. Yeah, just leave them as empty stubs. Okay, so that was the boring bit. Now we are going to find my mouse cursor and always takes a moment. Let's see. Screen mirroring. And entire screen. Okay. So that is a bit of a spoiler. Okay, so here's my HTML2 Markdown thing running, and like I can make changes here, and it updates over there. And this is just React, so like. So, so I can just use state in here. And 0. There we go. So I can create some state in here and do stuff and use effect. And then I can come over here and I can be like, let's output my account. And then after each second, it's going to go and update this file. Again, this is not that useful, but I went ahead and I implemented, a UL that does that. If you want it to be an ordered list, it'll do that. And I even did a table, which is kind of fun. mostly vibe coded, but you know. And what this looks like is I'm creating this big JSON structure, like I was describing with all those append things, and then I'm just going through and have a switch statement for if it's this, then we recursively go through and render what that looks like. For the UL, we put a dash, and for the OL, we put a incremented counter. It's pretty simple stuff, but it was a great way to learn about what React can do. And so then I thought, well, what else could we possibly render to that would be kind of cool? And I thought, what's something declarative that might make for a good presentation? And I thought, what about like smart lights? What if you could render to smart lights? So let's see if this works. We can get rid of this. So here I've got a room component, and I can render. Then this is a component, a JSX component that I defined for my specific renderer. But I can write like a bulb component, and I can turn it on. Or if there was a second one. Or if there was like a way to make them blink with some state. Start them off as false. Yeah. Yep. So they start off and they blink every second, which is pretty cool. And so, like in your typical React demo, you've got like a counter or something, and every time you press the button, the count goes up, right? So, what if I could have like a button or something, and with an on press, we could set on. We could like switch on and off, but like. I don't have a button because this isn't the DOM, right? But, you know, what is a DOM button if not a skeuomorphic version of, say, a real button? That I can click, perhaps. I'm missing a tag. There we go. So. So that's kind of neat, and if you have followed me much in the past, you know that I am a big fan of state machines, and particularly the library called xstate. So, like, what if we were to build a little traffic light? Sure, you think, why not? So here's the xstate visual editor that I adore, and as I build states in here, it's going to build my state machine definition over here. So let's start with red, and then go to green, and then go to yellow, and then go back to red. And for these events, what I can do is I can set them up as little timers. So after 2 seconds, we're going to go there. After, we'll let the traffic flow a little bit longer. And then here, after, we'll make people brake really fast. I'll give you 1. So I've got this state machine here. And my point is that because this is just React, you can use whatever state management library you want. You can use Redux, you can use Xstate, you can do whatever. So here I can be like, there's a send thing here that I'm not going to use, but I can say use machine and give it my traffic machine. And then here I can say state.value, do the same here. And if everything is saved properly, oh, sometimes the communication is a little delayed. That's pretty adorable. Okay. But just traffic accidents all over the place. We're going to need that Red Cross app to come and help us here. And then I thought, well, what else in the physical world can I play with? And it occurred to me, what if I could use, say, the microphone on my laptop to listen, and then I could be like brightness, noise. And so now if I, hold on. So it's pretty neat that you can do this sort of crazy stuff with React, in my opinion. All right. Sadly, that's the end of the demo. Going back. But we survived. All right. So I want to talk a little bit about, like, this is all fun and games and whatever, but I'm actually using this in production at my company. I work at a company called Atila, and we are building the next generation of CRM software, like Salesforce and HubSpot, but like you actually want to use it. And I work on the team that's in charge of building an ecosystem of apps to allow third parties to build apps on top of Atila. So we want to allow you, for example, to build an app that you can upload to our app store, and then someone can install it, and your app can generate UI within our web app. So how is that possible? Because you certainly can't take third-party JavaScript code and just like eval it in your web app. Don't do that. And so then they have access to your cookies and your fetching and can do really, really bad things. So we came up with this idea of what if we could isolate this app, first of all, in an iframe on a separate domain, so it doesn't have any of the cookies, but it would still have access to like the DOM and window, and it could throw pop-up and crap, right? So upon that, we also built a custom JavaScript runtime that runs inside WASM in the iframe that only has the capabilities of JavaScript that we want to give it, which is, I didn't do that, that was my colleagues. But then how could they render UI safely inside of our UI? Well, by using a custom React renderer. So we give our app developers the ability to write code that looks like this. I think any React developer could understand that this is clearly a form. This is a layout component that's going to put these two inputs next to each other. This is two inputs of different types. And then here's a submit button with this label that you can change, and it's going to submit the form. So by choosing the most ubiquitous UI framework that everyone learns, we have made it so that very junior developers, and more importantly, sorry, junior developers, LLMs, are going to be able to understand how to write this kind of code. And so this translates into our custom components that look something like this. It's not a direct one-to-one. But then this JSON is serialized back outside of the WASM container, outside of the iframe, into our web app, and then we can take that JSON and render our beautiful web components, so it ends up looking something like this. And in this way, we've been able to give third-party developers access to our design system in an incredibly secure way. So my question to you is, what will you render to? Like, I want to inspire you to use your React skills to render to other targets. Like, things that come to my mind are like to a 3D printer, to position a drone, to do smart lights, or to a configuration for a cloud database or an LLM prompt. Like, the possibilities are endless. Anything that's declarative, that's inherently declarative or tree-shaped, is a great target to render to. So thank you very much.
Wow. I think we can all agree, jaw-dropping. So yeah, questions? There has to be. There has to be questions for this. Come on. There has to be questions. Yeah. Oh, sorry.
So you declared two bulb elements in JSX. How does it know which one is which bulb?
Because these guys are registered. So this is all done through the Zigbee protocol, and they all have in the Zigbee dashboard. You can set up names for them, and it's really just some UUID address or some whatever it is under the hood. But they're named in the Zigbee platform, and then I can address them as that. And what's really happening is every time it renders, there's like a on commit callback. So when on commit is called, then it goes and does all the declarative calls of like, you turn on, you turn to this color, you do that.
I understand.
You had a hook called use noise. Can you very briefly show us? Yeah.
It's using the Node microphone. Our app entire screen. There's a library called Mic.
Cool.
And yeah, I created an instance of it, and then vibe coded some of this, and had to normalize it because that's clearly an important number there. And just to get it between 0 and 1, and it works. So
awesome. Thank you. Erik Rasmussen. All right. More coffee. Let me just ask you one thing, though. Are you having fun? Yeah. Awesome. Awesome. Let's go grab a coffee, network a bit, and be back in 30 minutes. Thank you. Dude. You like that? Fucking amazing. Jaw-dropping. Congrats. Really impressive. And inspiring. And inspiring as well. That was really good.
Do you have this code somewhere, or is it?
She was prepared, that's not fair.
Yeah.
I'll go prep also for my talk. You want some coffee? No.
When you have something like this, yeah.
It's more technical. Because this example is very technical. It is, but people learn anything else. The example was not very
Really good. Really, really good. That's where you want a crowd. Yes, immediately. Yeah. From the stage, right? And she's like, okay, I save lives. I save. She's like, I'm saving lives. Fuck you.
That's why I always thought you're very cool. I'm not saving life. That's a
Yeah, as far as I know, yeah, it's a team. But that's a huge obligation to be able to get the anesthesiology right. My wife, when she was at the second Caesar, second child, right? Caesar. So they gave her anesthesia, right? So she was like, very much, right? English, please.
Sorry, both of us English. Sorry.
Are you like putting videos and stuff online? Yeah, videos will be on Crystallize channel. Okay. You'll find it on YouTube. Yeah.
You'll find it with React.
We'll probably leave it on React Norway page as well. If you want to make sure that's with the channel. In a week or so, or what? In a week or so, or? Well, since we're probably that big, then it's going to be Monday or Tuesday. If that's okay. Yeah. Just wondering. So I came in right back. But it will be with all the shit where each of the talks is, so you can choose it.
Someone need to click on Goodbye Rock Back.
What?
Very well. I think we are now in a good position to restart. This is the home stretch, last 3 talks. And now I believe it's time for something very fun. Who here misses the 90s?
Yeah, why not?
Well, except those that never used jQuery. They don't know what the 90s are, right? But the 90s are great. So yeah, I think we're now gonna have like our dose of nostalgia mixed with AI, right?
Yes.
I'm looking forward to this. So please, a big round of applause for Lisi Linhart.
All right. Let's make this bigger. Right, can you hear me? Yes. Yep. Perfect. So I'm Lisi, and I want to talk to you about the 90s and AI. So it's a nice mix of two really fun things. I work as a staff front-end engineer at Pleo, and I actually work in an AI enablement team. So I actually get to do a lot of AI during my workday. And all these AI things, they fit pretty well with Pleo because we're
Something you would play with the mic. Maybe some fake sound. Yeah, no sound. The sound doesn't come.
Is there anyone who's not using AI or doesn't want to use AI at all? All right.
Lisi, sorry. There's some trouble with your mic, which I don't know if I'll be able to solve it. So worst case scenario, can you
just take this one?
Do you mind?
Yeah. Sure. All right. Yes, that's better. So let's get into it. Let's get into the 90s. So imagine it's 1997 and your modem is making these loud screeching noises. You're connecting to the information superhighway, like this cool kid here. And you're ready to upload your first GeoCities page. But what if you actually could do it with AI, and AI could help you make that nice GeoCities page? So creating this talk, it has been a lot of fun for me, but it also has been learning of like what can these tools actually do? Are they good, and do they know what the 90s web looked like? And I created an example with just using AI. I did very, very little coding. It was a lot of wipe coding, a lot of generation, and you will see the result in the end of what that looks like. And yeah, I want you to get a look a little bit behind these like overhyped generative AI tools and learn a little bit more about how they work in the background, and also maybe what their limitations are, what they're not so good at. All right, so since in the 90s I was still a child, I didn't have a GeoCities page. I was a little bit too little, but I found really good resources to figure out how those pages looked like. So the first one, most of you know, is the Wayback Machine. It's an amazing tool that lets you browse websites through the decades, and you can look at really old pages a long time ago, like here, Pepsi or Apple. We also have McDonald's. It was already like very Ronald McDonald based, but apparently also motorsports was really cool in the 90s. We have Apple, which was already competing with Windows back in 95. And we have like this nice, really old LinkedIn page with this very old school header and the sidebar and the footer. And then also awards were really important in the 90s. You always had to have some kind of award on your page, then you were really cool. But one resource I also really loved when doing my research was Cameron's World. So you should really take a look at that page. It's a very creative page that basically collected all of the best parts of GeoCities pages. And it looked a little bit like this. So has a lot of moving stuff. It has a lot of patterns and a lot of like really weird things you would find on these pages. It could also look a little bit like this, a little bit overwhelming. That's basically a lot of what the 90s were. And for GIFs, I found also a really great site. There's a site called gifcities.org, which is maintained by the Internet Archive. And you can basically search for old GIFs, which I think is really, really fun. And I really looked for a lot of different GIFs there. And then lastly, we come to the GeoCities pages. And there's this page called geocitiesrestorativeland.org. And you can there browse actually 90s GeoCities pages that have been restored. And you can browse them by neighborhoods, which was really common. So you have like the Hollywood neighborhood for all the movie fans and the Soho neighborhood for all the art fans. So you can really find really, really weird GeoCities pages there. And this is what they looked like. So this is one of the examples I found. It's Sean and Karen's personal website. Basically, it's a photo book, so similar to what a lot of people do on Instagram today. We also have Kim's Closet. She gave fashion tips and beauty tips and shopping links all on her GeoCities page, so also way before Instagram existed. And this one was one of my favorites. Again, it has the nice award on the top left. This is a guy that traveled all around the US to record the sounds of old phone booths. And on that website, you can actually listen to the old sounds of the old phone booths. And I really enjoyed listening to old phone booths. So basically, the 90s web in my research was weirdly limited to HTML tables. You did layouts with tables and nested tables. There was really little CSS, but it was still very creative. It was a lot of bright colors, a lot of personal expression. It wasn't super polished and also not as complex, but there was a lot of pixelated art, a lot of awards, and also MIDI music in a loop. Yes, so for creating my 90s website, I created a starter pack. You need a really weird hobby. And you need to talk a lot about what your hobby is and what you like to do, and you need to make it very personal and direct. Also, GIFs are really important. Blinking GIFs, a lot of neon colors, and yeah, I also really wanted some MIDI sounds that are AI generated. So let's get to the actual AI stuff. I started with Vasil V0. And I wanted to create this, maybe some of you noticed, this like animation of like dialing up to the internet, which was really, really slow. And you had to wait for ages. And then if someone picked up the phone, it kind of dropped your internet connection. So let's see if we can play that. This will show you how I'm really basically using Vasil V0. So I'm giving it the screenshot of this really old graphic, and I'm saying, please recreate this UI and do it as accurately as possible. And then you see it generates a lot of React code, and it uses Tailwind, and it uses one single component, and it was able to do that pretty fast, actually. And it even included an animation. So we see it's like it can do a little bit of that. 1 second. But of course, it couldn't do the nice pixel art. It does layouting, basically. It does a lot of layouting. It can also do some animation, some JavaScript. Pixel art, it doesn't do so much. It does a lot of CSS stuff that Tailwind can do, I would say. The code looks like this. So often it creates one giant component with comments of like where what is. And the prompt that's actually used for creating this code, you can actually look up. So there is like a GitHub repository you can look at. And there you can actually see what they do in the background. So for V0, it tells it it's basically AI-powered assistant. It should default to Next.js, so it should default to React. It should use kebab case for file names. It should be always up to date with the latest technologies and best practices. So basically, Vercel is telling the LLM to be like a perfect modern dev, adhering to best practices, using Next.js, using Tailwind, and making a lot of opinionated choices to how that should work. And this is great for like prototyping and creating this modern standard like UIs, but it's actually not that good if you want to create really old nested HTML tables and use like really old 90s like HTML. So if you would try to do that with Vercel, you would fight against the prompt they're using in the background. So it's not great for 90s like code. It's great visually. That kind of worked. This is the repo. I will share the slides later, but you can really look at all the AI tools there and look at the prompts they're using, and you can really learn a lot by just reading how they're prompting the LLMs to do this kind of AI-assisted coding. So I would say Vercel is really good at layouts with Tailwind. All the Next.js file structure and everything that's kind of the Vercel-based development stack. And yeah, general React components, modern code, UI-like simple components. It's not so good for actually doing 90s HTML code and old bad code. And it can't do this like media pixel generation. But we have a new tool, which everyone basically is using, which is ChatGPT image creation. And so I asked ChatGPT to recreate this graphic for me. And it did pretty well. So it didn't create the same one, but it created a similar one. And I was able to use that for my website, you will see. I also wanted like a really 90s like background pattern that's like really bright and in your face. So I looked at Adobe Stock, what that looks like. And it looks apparently something like this. And then I was interested if AI knew what this pattern looks like, how a 90s pattern looks like. So I asked it to create a 90s-like background pattern. And it does look really similar to the first one on Adobe Stocks. No? It does look quite similar. So it means that ChatGPT or that image creation tool kind of knows what a 90s pattern looks like. Either through text or through image training, it already is trained with that kind of knowledge and that kind of data of how that should look like. So ChatGPT images, it's very good at mimicking existing styles. It creates these visuals really fast, so you would take a lot of time to do any of that in the 90s, so you're way, way faster doing that today. It has some safeguards for like fake image manipulation, so you don't do like really bad stuff making fake images of humans. And it's making, I think, probably it might make a lot of stock servers a bit obsolete because you can basically create a lot of these things now and don't have to buy them. Sometimes it still often struggles with text. A lot of these visual models, they often struggle with text. And also details like hands, you still see often being off. And of course there's an issue with copyright because it's been trained on a lot of like human creations and a lot of styles of like actual artists. So you do have, in my opinion, copyright issues if you do these kinds of things. And also it's not always consistent in what it's creating. If you're very precise with the prompt, you can get similar results, but it often will look very different of like what you're creating. Next, I wanted some extra sound, so I googled different tools that can do sound. And this one is called Optimize AI, but basically I found AI sound creation really good for sound effects. The AI kind of sound models, they're trained on a lot of sound effect libraries, so it's really good in creating sound effects. But then when it comes to more sophisticated composition and those kinds of things, it's still having a harder time compared to real artists. All right, so we have GIFs, we have some art, we have some background tunes, the slow connections. Now we need an obscure hobby and sharing your personal opinions in a very out in the world kind of way. So I had to figure out who my 90s persona would be. And the best place I found for that was Reddit. So there's a 90s subreddit. And there was one about what was your job in the 90s. And there was one person who said, yeah, well, they worked at Sam Goody. And Sam Goody doesn't really exist anymore, but they loved the job. They didn't have anything to do. They could listen to music all day, and basically it was the perfect student job. And Sam Goody looked something like this. It was a store with a lot of like vinyls and CDs, and it really had so many stores. But then by the mid-late 2000s, most of them closed due to streaming services. And the fun fact, the last Sam Goody store closed in 2025. So this year is the last year Sam Goody existed. So our persona for our 90s website is Amanda. Amanda works at Sam Goody. She loves music, art, and doodling. And her assets is that she has really a lot of free time. And she also has access to the internet, which not everyone did have in the 90s. To visualize Amanda, I used a different tool. It's called Leonardo AI, and it's like a visual kind of AI tool where you can use a lot of different models that are already pre-trained, and it's built on Stable Diffusion, and it works really, really well in my opinion. So what I did there is that I gave it a quite long, sophisticated prompt of like this, how I want this person and this photo to look like. And it's surprisingly good in creating photorealistic images where, yeah, we can create very real-world kind of images with just a text prompt. And what you also see is that the line between AI and real images is blurring a lot as the better and better the tools get. And they have been getting a lot better in the last year. So we didn't really need a photographer, we didn't really need a designer, we just needed AI so far. But now we want to create Amanda's website. And for that I used Lovable. Lovable is like a little pair programmer who helps you create whatever you want to be creating. And let's play that. I gave it Sean and Karen's website and said, please recreate this 90s website for me. So again, very general, just to see what it would be doing by default by giving it a screenshot. And what you can see there is that it talks to you a lot. So it explains to you a lot of like what it's doing, why it's doing that. It's trying to kind of let you know what it's doing. Often you will have this issue with errors. But a lot of these tools are trying to like iterate and auto-fix themselves. So that's what you also see here. It has some issues in the syntax with the code generation, but then it fixes itself. And then it gives me a very similar layout to Sean and Karen's website. But again, you see it looks very kind of modern-like. So it's, again, using a lot of the boilerplate-ish kind of code. I did talk to it a bit more, chatted with it a bit more, tried to make some changes, but it did well, I would say, in creating or recreating Sean and Karen's website. And so here you see the input and output. I gave it the website. It did really well in the bottom part of like these green boxes that are kind of the navigation and having like a huge image, and then I prompted it to do some more stuff. But yeah, it was a good starting point to work with. And if we look underneath, what Lovable is doing is very similar to V0, but a bit different in that it says you're more of a assistant, you chat to the user, you don't always need to make code changes, you actually like to discuss and explain concepts and provide guidance. And then if you read this prompt, there's also a lot of opinionated choices of like using TypeScript and maybe using React and using the different file operations it has. So they also give it a lot of their own opinion and their own stack and possibilities of what it can do. And that's basically what we needed for our AI app. So let's have a look at it. Let's see if I click here, if that works. All right, here's our little loading animation. I'll turn up the sound. If I click on it, it will start, because you can't autoplay anymore, unfortunately. Browsers kind of got rid of that. In the past, you could just autoplay the sound. So now I have to click to autoplay the sound. Ooh. And yeah, we didn't get the sound, but you can look at the sound. If you look at it, you will get the AI-generated sound. And then it has our kind of AI-generated website. So I had to wipe code the rest a little bit. I had to fill in the background images and provide the different parts of the different tools I generated it with. But it did pretty well, and I didn't really have to write any code to do that. So we created 2 pages now with 2 different tools. Finally, I have like 5 pages left, which I was too lazy to think about and really try recreating. So I need to find out how I can get back here. Yes. So lastly, I tried to use Claude 4 in agent mode. I don't know if some of you have tried that, but Claude 4 is like one of the newer models which ranks really high in software benchmarking for like generating code basically. And so I use Claude 4 to give it the code I already generated and say, please generate the last pages for me. And that looks something like that. So I have this React code that I generated. I have this like 5 pages that are not pointing towards anything, and I'm telling it a very specific thing. You're this like, you're called Amanda, you work at Sam Goodies, you love music and art, please recreate these pages for me. And then you see it working, and it goes step by step to try to create the files and create the content, and it actually also looked at all the existing media I already had, like the images and the GIFs, and also incorporated those into the different pages I wanted. And that goes on for a few minutes. So it creates and creates, so it takes some time. And then in the end it finishes, and you kind of see its summary. And then you can say, you can look at all the code, diff it, and say you want to keep it or not want to keep it. And yeah, it gives you these little explanations of what it has been doing. And that looks something like this. So it actually did well. I was very surprised in how well it did in creating those pages without anything visual. It just randomly made up stuff and made it bright and colorful, and also included a lot of emojis, what we heard in the previous talk. So AI really loves emojis. It picked like these kind of 90s artists and songs. It also did really well in creating random diary kind of entries of the Y2K bug and why Amanda loves to work in retail. And it also like knows about which computers were really cool in the 90s and what was a really cool audio and art setup. So Amanda really also liked to use the first version of Dreamweaver, if you want to know. But beyond all this 90s nostalgia, I did learn quite a bit about the 90s and about AI, creating this or wipe coding this website. The 90s web was way simpler. It used a lot of table layouts. We also didn't have a lot of like fast access, so we had a lot of very slow connections, and that made most users quite patient. So you loaded something and then you waited for a few minutes for it to show up. Today it's very different. We have very complex single page applications. We use a lot of microservices, CI/CD processes, and maybe also AI code assistants, as we've seen in this room. And most users are pretty impatient. They want to have it within 3 seconds, and the developers are the same. They want it to be done with it already. So there are a lot of differences. What I also saw is that data is still very important when you use any kind of AI tooling. So a lot of those generations that I created like this boilerplate React code. It didn't use any pure HTML or pure CSS. It was very opinionated towards those React things, especially Lovable and V0. So it uses this kind of modern stack. And a lot of these tools are trained basically on the internet. They take a lot of money to train their models. And what you will get in the output, it really depends on how you prompt it, but also what it has been trained with. So certain things are very hard to get if it doesn't know about that kind of data. For us today, what I think it will be changing is that things get still way faster. So these tools are really fun for prototyping. You can prototype really well with them. But you also saw it creates these really long files, and in production code bases, you might not want to have these 1,000-line, 2,000-line files. But it does speed up development. So you can use it to help you in your day-to-day, to explain code, to generate smaller parts. And as we see with Claude, to have kind of an agent kind of try to do it for you. It doesn't mean it's always good. So you always need the human in the loop who like iterates with it and makes sure like what's happening or makes sense. And you also need to refine it in the end. So in that website that I made, I had to put all the different parts together. The AI didn't do that for me, but it did a lot of the heavy lifting of actually generating the layout and all those things, generating the images. So if you use some of these tools, if you use AI in your day-to-day, the prompt really matters. So if you do prompting, be very specific in what you want to achieve. If you have some kind of idea of an input or an output, it really helps the AI if you can show it exactly what you want it to generate. And then as AI can generate a lot of the code for you, you need to oversee and you need to create and assemble different parts. And then for the different tools, there is like certain tools which are really good for sound, there's other tools which is really good for images. And for all the different models you can use, they're also different because they're trained on different data often, and they're also retrained differently. So you need to experiment and see which tool or which model is helping you best achieve that goal that you want to achieve. And often also smaller models are enough to do certain things, and they're also way faster than the really, really large, newest ones. So I want to end this talk with a quote from Ginny Rometty, who was a former CEO of IBM. And she said, as artificial intelligence evolves, we must remember that its power lies not in replacing human intelligence, but in augmenting it. And the true potential of AI lies in its ability to amplify human creativity and ingenuity. I'm really bad in saying that last word. And what that means is that it's a tool. AI is a tool. They're not magically gonna replace all the software engineers, but they can help you be faster, do things maybe better, or be more creative. And I wouldn't fully disregard using AI tooling. I also think a lot of people are gonna keep using them and are gonna use them in the future. But yes, for me, it's also a tool. Good. The talk resources, you can actually look at all that vibe-coded AI-generated code on my GitHub. You can also look at this amazing, amazing 90s web app and what Amanda is into. And if you scan the QR code, you get to these slides that you see here. There's also a lot of really good archive resources I found when I researched this talk. So you can actually look a lot into what the 90s were like and what they looked like and how it worked. WebMe is really fun. It just gives you a random, really old website and is very entertaining. Yeah, take a look. Play around with these tools. In the end, you probably will learn something while you use them. And if it's just the notion that it can't do what you want it to do. but they are quite powerful. They can do a lot, and thank you for listening to me.
AI was pretty spot on at replicating a trend from the 90s. Do you think AI could, at some point, be the one creating the trends and the styling?
Well, I think that's what a lot of people are trying to do. So there's a lot of startups that are trying to fully automate the software developer and like replace all of us. They're saying it's 20, 30 years out of replacing humans. But I do think there will be a lot of safeguards where you need to keep the human in the loop. I also think there might be certain things that AI can do automatically if we allow it to. So it could be creating trends if we allow it to do it.
Lisi Linhart, everyone.
Is it possible to get like this professional microphone? Yes.
This one?
Yeah.
Which one do you prefer? Yeah.
No,
I think
because
we fixed
if I need both my hands on the
Yeah.
computer,
Yeah,
I will mic drop.
Just don't forget to turn it on when you're ready.
Okay. Should I keep it in my pocket or? Okay.
Or hang it on the pocket.
Where do I turn it on?
So this next talk is again about performance. We've kind of covered some issue-related performance issues. But this time around, this person on my right works for a well-known education platform called Kahoot. I heard it, someone told me it's Norwegian.
Yeah?
Yeah, you know.
Someone told me as well.
Yeah, there you go. Someone must be right.
Yeah,
right?
maybe.
So yeah, it's a big platform. I can imagine they face a lot of performance-related challenges. I think WebSockets are also thrown into the mix here once again.
Yeah.
So a lot of real-time fun today.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm gonna leave it up to you, and please a big round of applause for Karl Lundfall.
Thank you. Can you hear me? No, you cannot hear me. Am I supposed to be heard? I think so. It's not on. Yeah, now maybe. Yeah. Is it just a bit glitchy? Can you hear me now? Yeah. Okay, cool. You can scan this QR code, or now it disappeared. Yeah. So it's not connected, this thing. Yeah, that's maybe why. All right, cool. Yeah, I'm connected to the speaker as well. Yeah, thank you. Right, here's a QR code. This is an interactive presentation. I'm going to give you a case study on how we improve performance with WebSockets and React applications. I hope you enjoy it. So take a moment to scan this QR code, or there's also a pin code in here, and we can get started. So I see a bunch of people already joining. While you are joining the game, the QR code remains here. So I can start with introducing myself. My name is Karl. I'm from Sweden. I started coding in my teens, and I work as tech lead at Kahoot. Right, so this is interactive, right? So I'm just curious if you have used our product before I can continue. And the answers are coming in rapidly. Or they were coming rapidly. All right. Most of you know our product. That's great. Then I don't have to explain so much around that. What we're trying to optimize here is a presentation tool, a tool you use for educational purposes. We mainly have customers in the US, and we're trying to build more digital based learnings. And this is where it gets interesting. So this is a histogram over Yeah, so it's getting a bit crackly, right? Yeah. Okay. Let's see. I'm not sure if it's sound. I will just be very careful. Is it horrible? Yeah, it's horrible. Okay, good. 1, 2, 3, 4, maybe a bit better or not. Okay, let's try with this. This is a histogram of, for our games, how large the audience size is. And you see that we are on the far end of the spectrum. This is an audience of 108 people, so we are already off the charts. And this is where it gets interesting for us. Is this audio really bad, or is it okay? It's okay. Yeah, okay. This is where it gets interesting from a performance perspective, because we're doing a lot of work in the browser, and we need to make sure things go smooth. Okay. So I was told my product manager sometimes that one of these large games didn't work so well, and I did what any honest developer would do. I opened up the hood, I went into Chrome DevTools, and I hacked my way into the hot paths of the code, and the day was saved. Maybe I shouldn't have done that though. We kept on regressing in performance. The same thing happened again 3 months later, and I had to go back to profiling. So as this kept on happening, I realized, like, right, we need to get our team on board. Like, we need to make everyone like used to profiling stuff. We need to be more careful in the code reviews because it can have pretty bad consequences. But maybe there was a better way. Maybe we should rethink how we measure performance, and like maybe we can somehow improve performance without disrupting other people. So everyone just wants to get their job done, right? I can see some people are sitting here with the laptops open because you're like hyper focused on your own task and you don't want to be disturbed by me, right? You can keep them up, yeah. So I just wanted to like improve performance for everyone without interrupting them. And this is interactive, right? So what do you think is the average size for each game that is played? And I can press next. Yeah, we have some music here. Yes. Yeah, so average is about 10 people, so that's really like the most common use case, and that puts this into interesting perspective. And what do you think is the highest player limit that we commercially offer as part of our games? A lot of people going for the high numbers. I love it. Yes, it is 2,000. This is the current limit, and we want to increase that, right? So let's take a step back. Let's see what we're dealing with. Could I just ask the team to rewrite the whole code base in WebAssembly? Maybe we need to fire all the front-end developers, get C++ developers. Maybe that could be my scoop to get a promotion or something. So I just want to give you a short rundown of the features we have. So as people connect to the game, there are a bunch of different flows. You can select an avatar. It's real-time synchronized between the participant and the host. We have team modes, different flavors of team mode. Kids sometimes like to be automatically assigned to a team, so the teacher doesn't have to go in manually and change their teams. You can rename your teams, like there's a lot of features going on there. As part, we want a really low latency between your devices and my device here on the stage. We have different question types, like here I'm ordering dog breeds by something. We have drop-in questions that don't have a correct answer. There's free-form text answers. And the reason I'm showing you all these features is not that I want to sell you a super expensive license or anything like that. You can contact our sales team for that. But it's just like the scope of the product and why it's really complex. So we get very deep call stacks, a lot of abstractions, and less obvious passive optimization. Here's a word cloud question. You already saw that there was reactions to slides. There's a lot of pressure of data coming in to the host as we play a game. Here's a really big game that was played in Copenhagen, in Tivoli. Yes, we have game modes as well. So this is like a game where you try to escape from a fish and you're like in a submarine. This is a game where you're trying to like drop blocks based on correct answers that you get. And then when the whole game is ended, we show some podium, we show some points, we show medals. There are different variations of this. So all of this means that we have more teams working on the code base, more diverse features, a lot of reuse of existing features, and so on. And I didn't want to rewrite all this code in order to make things go smooth. So maybe there could be a better process for how we fix performance problems. Specifically talking about runtime performance. Should I do this? Let's try. No. No. All right, let's see. Maybe better now. Let's try it. Okay. Because I was just going into the Chrome DevTools, I was tweaking a few things, looking at the timeline, seeing what would help. Could there be a more structured way of working? Maybe I could make a really good plan, execute that plan, and put security measures so the problem wouldn't happen again. And I think this is what gets really important when we have an era of AI-assisted coding. Because the AI cannot really tell me what to do, it can just tell me how to do it, right? So I have an intersection between a lot of different type of concerns, and I need to make the right decision. Which battles do we pick, and what rabbit holes do we avoid? Oh yeah, now we're getting into the details and the fun stuff. So we have two React applications. One is the one you see on your phones now, and one is the application that I have here on my computer. The participants, that's you. You will usually send a message here, which is going through WebSockets, which is like answering a question that gets put in a queue, that gets processed whenever the host has time, and we'll go through your normal tech stack of Redux. I love that you said that Redux cannot die, Pedro. It makes me sleep better at night. And yeah, so no one can kill Redux, but Redux can kill performance of your application, unfortunately. So yeah. And then that's parsed by React.js that is rendering stuff. We're also using Pixie.js. Who knows what Pixie.js is? Yeah, it's a canvas library for showing more fancy graphics. And then the host would respond like, okay, this question was correct or this was incorrect. And we get a congestion problem right here because the host will only be able to process so much of the incoming queue. And if the participants are aggressively sending messages, for example, if you would all now send a slide reaction, maybe the host would get a congestion problem. And don't do that, by the way, no. So the scheduling code is very simple. We're just keep on processing messages as long as we didn't exceed our time window. And if we didn't have time to process more, we will schedule the next run later. Otherwise, we'll just continue processing these actions. And you might have noticed that a lot of stuff is happening on the client side and not so much on the server side. And there's some trade-offs, of course. We're not doing this so we can have a fancy application to present on a conference. It's more like that the server gets very simple, it never crashes. The server is anyways very busy because we have 10 million users a day. Operational costs are very low, and game logic can be deployed to the CDN without requiring a restart of that server. But of course, if I'm running everything on the browser, that's a performance bottleneck, right? And this will be the ultimate test of your attention span. Why do we have more logic on the client than on the server? Try a new one. Okay, thanks. Yeah, sorry about that. Anyone got sound? Yeah? No?
Sorry.
Answer. Okay, let's do. Maybe now. Maybe it's good. Yeah, maybe. The microphone there ready at any time. Oh, no, this is actually pretty good. Okay, we have contact. Yes, let's just move on with the presentation. Right. So, like from performance, and that. The mic.
Den her på? Ja.
All right. No, this is amazing. Yeah. Okay. Right. Our first iteration on testing performance was a tool implemented by an intern. Yeah, it's called Bots as a Service. It's pronounced BAS, and the intern thought it was really funny to draw a sheep here as the picture. So it was just a tool where developers could profile a bit, where you specify the number of bots, the pin code that you're using, and my name, which is not so important. Yeah, it's already being used here by other people, I can see. Yeah, that's cool. Yeah, and then I get a lot of bots to my game, and then I can start opening Chrome and see what's going on, etc. Right? This was a great start, but it was kind of unreliable, and you're sharing a service between a lot of members of the team. So next iteration on this was that we just did this in JavaScript instead. So locally on the client, we just filled the queue with bots, and then they're joining like the game very steadily. And this was already cool, right? And then when it finished loading, everyone I think is going to join 200 people here. We would print some statistics, like okay, they joined in 14 seconds. Now I already have something to measure, right? That was cool. That was cool. How can we move up the food chain, as I call it, and improve our profiling tooling, right? So the first thing I want to present to you is like a combination of vtest and React Profiler and React Testing Library that worked really well together. Yeah, so I think, so when I read up on how to improve performance, a lot of it was just like solving how to make things faster, but not really how to prevent things from happening the next time. And React actually has a really nice export called Profiler that you can use in your application without using it inside the extension. And combining that with vtest and with React Testing Library, I can override some component here. Here I'm overriding the player entry, and I can attach a profiler. So what I'm testing here is like, for example, if player 199 joins, I don't want to re-render player 187, right? Because that would be quadratic time complexity. So I can do that pretty easily. So I just do a setup function, I join Karl, and when Karl renders, it will attach this profiler. I can verify that it's been called, and then when other people join, it has not been called. This was pretty nice. It's still only testing React and not like other stuff that might be slow. So there's another tool called Vite benching. Anyone heard of this before? One person, amazing. This is still experimental technology, so beware. But it's really nice because you can set up a bench suite, and you can get some statistics on how your application is running. So you get like the min and max and the mean and some percentiles here. And this all of a sudden became a way more powerful setup, because now I could edit any code and I would instantly get feedback. Did this make it slower or faster? So for example, if I change this component that is rendering, yeah, sorry, this is a bit ugly code because it's production code. So yeah, now it rendered like 6 times per second, and now I'm trying to initialize like an array with 5 million objects each time I render something, and I get not really instant feedback, but it's pretty quick. And this really helped us because we had all kinds of internal discussions with other engineers. They had all kind of wild ideas on how to improve performance, and now we could all of a sudden get a number on it, and that would help the discussions much more. A really cool feature of this, where is it? Yes, here it is. A really cool feature on this benching library is that it has a parameter called now, which defines how time is passing. It will default to performance.now, which is what you expect from time, right? But you can pass other stuff to it, and if you hack it, like with global variables and stuff, you can measure like really specific things. Because I'm in V-test already, I can override certain modules, and all of a sudden I can say like how much time did we spend in reselect selectors, for example. Yeah, so here's that one, and I get a mean value that I spent like 60 milliseconds there, and in total I spent 440. So that can give me an idea on what I need to optimize for, what is important for my application. Right, this is experimental. I hope it gets stable soon because this is really awesome. Yes. But I'm still measuring things only on my own machine, right? So this is really effective for myself, but I'm not really measuring what the clients are doing. So on the top of the chain, as I like to call it, we have an analytics. And this is GDPR compliant analytics, by the way. We could measure performance like this. So recall what we said before, that there's a congestion problem, potentially a congestion problem when the participant sends a lot of WebSocket messages to the host. And we measured the average size of this queue, and we could just see how performance evolved over time. So when we started measuring this last year, we saw that, okay, performance is just going the wrong way because higher is worse. Okay, so now we had all this toolbox. Let's talk about how we actually fixed stuff. So the first thing we found with the help of these tools is a really funny thing that happened with Reselect. I don't know if you guys still use Reselect or if you moved on to other stuff than Redux, but we're still kind of stuck on it. So, so there's this curious thing that sometimes you have a selector and it accepts 2 arguments, right? And there was sort of a bug in Reselect that wouldn't memorize this properly. So the function would be memoized, but the thing it returned would be like really slow. And we ended up fixing this by just hacking our own version of create selector. And the point of this is not like this is cool in itself. The cool thing is that I can prove this to you that this got much faster. So I changed back to the original library version of the code, and I will get a new benchmark that it reruns for me, and it's about 3 times slower. Let's see what it comes out at. Yeah, so 1.2, and before it was like 5 or something. So yeah, quite a dramatic change. Yeah, if you upvote this issue for us, I'll give you some stickers backstage or something. Right, and we kind of, I'm not going to go into details on this, but we kind of figured out some ways to hack into Redux and fix stuff.
Damn, you're a lucky one. Literally 0 problems the whole day. Here you go.
All right. Thank you very much. Oh, wow, this is really loud. Perfect, yeah. So we found some ways where, so for example, you have an incoming message saying like someone joins the game, then we have some follow-up actions which we implemented in our business logic here. This is the part we don't want to rewrite, but there were follow-up actions like someone joins the game and then we need to assign that person an avatar, we need to assign them a team, we need to check their name for foul language, and those were like follow-up actions that each went into the reducer, and it resulted in several state updates and feeding back into the business logic. And we just figured out a way where we could inject a custom middleware here where things could get batched and only result in one update. And we could use the same API to batch incoming messages as well, resulting in even bigger update that was much cheaper to execute. And then when we did all these things, we could figure out some more stuff to do. So let me show you. Let me show you the current state of players joining a game in the lobby. And they joined just instantly like this, right? And before it took 14 seconds. So we obviously improved a lot. But what you didn't see is that using this, we could also optimize the WebSocket messages. Let's go into WebSockets. And we could, for all these players that joined at the same time, 200 messages, we could just send them as an array and avoid the overhead of sending more WebSocket messages. Finally, we introduced a priority system. So there are players trying to do different things. One is trying to join the game. One is trying to change their avatar to the polar bear. And Charlie's trying to answer the question. And we realized like the most important thing is always to prioritize the messages answering a question, because that's what's shown on the big screen. Then joining a game, and then everything else, such as changing your avatar to a polar bear. And we saw the light at the end of the tunnel. So this graph went down, which is good, and we have record good performance despite implementing all these features without rewriting all these features and disrupting anyone else, which was the purpose. So yes, that's the gist of it. So maybe sometimes conventional tooling for a certain task can be overrated, and kudos to Shimon, who is my colleague who helped me with this. And we have a last question before we wrap up. So what is the importance of the events that we consider? Yes. Some of you paid attention. Oh yeah, there are prizes, by the way. I should have said that in the beginning, actually. There are prizes for the podium. So yeah, you can ask questions on your device if you have any, and then we'll show the podium to see who takes home the prize. We can also pass around this microphone if anyone has a physical question. Why not use React Query? Does it work for WebSockets? Okay, I interpret the silence as no. How cool is this? I don't know, you tell me. No clue. Okay, amazing. Thank you so much. And we'll announce who won the game as well. So third place goes to MK. You have to find me afterwards. I won't be searching for you. Sorry. AJS. And first place goes to cowboy emoji. Thank you very much. That was it.
Let's try this mic as well.
Hello, hello. Okay, yeah, quick question. Are you pairing? Did anyone here come to React Norway last year? All right, cool. So for sure, all of you remember the last talk last year and how cool it was? I'm overhyping this guy. Anyway, it was really cool. You know, if you probably remember, you had to be there. So if you weren't, I'm sorry. But you did some things with AR and showing some products that you could hypothetically sell directly from your phone. That was pretty cool. This time around, it's a different subject. He will be talking about some, foundational stuff that we should all know before shipping, but maybe we need a reminder. And I suppose no matter, this will be very useful for me, but no matter your level of expertise in React, I'm sure you'll have some nice takeaways from this talk. Is it connected? Yeah. Okay. So please, my colleague, my friend, Vasil Dimitrov.
Do we have it? No? I think it's on in this side. Okay, it works. Great. Yeah, let's see how it's gonna go. Hey everybody. So this is really the last talk to go. Very close to the beers and all the nice chat after that. So no, it doesn't feel good. It doesn't feel good, but it's gonna get better. That's important. How about now? Yeah. Cool. So very close to that. And today I think it was really amazing day. We heard a lot of different stories, a lot of different presentations about server components, about WebSockets, accessibility, and of course, big part of them, they were about AI. And we also how it's really improving and it's helping us to become better developers. But in the end, it really boils down that before going to production, we need that one developer that goes and checks and makes sure that everything is fine, right? And I think that's the place where actually, can I get the screen? Where actually knowing the fundamentals is really essential. So today I would like to talk about the boring fundamentals that we often either forget or don't quite get right before shipping. Before that, let me introduce myself. My name is Vasil Dimitrov, and I'm a lead front-end engineer at Crystallize. Now, before diving into HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, I would like to do a disclaimer. This presentation is based on true stories. You figured why. Any resemblance to actual names, brands, coding styles, naming variables is coincidental. Of course, here there are also two very important characters that I would like to introduce now. The first one is Jack, or as I call him, Jack of all trades. So let me try to see if I can figure out what exactly is his position. So his position should be something to the extent of project manager, product owner, QA, backend developer, DevOps, and in his spare time he is doing a little bit of front end. I'm sure in Google they have a job title for that, by the way. So you should remember, when you see a slide with him on it, this is his piece of artwork. So don't remember, just laugh, say, this is not me, I'm not doing that, move on. The next character, though, is
Michelangelo, he's Italian. Do we have any Italians here, by the way? Great. You know then what I'm talking about. He loves with passion. So he likes cooking with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. And by the way, he avoids adding DBs, AWS, SSL, ORMs, and a bunch of other abbreviations with 3 letters. So he's our guy, right? He knows the stuff. Cool. So let's get to it. So what's better than starting with the never-ending story? And this is fonts. So you're handed this beautiful page to code, and then at first glance, everything looks good. Then you get a little bit closer, and you actually figure out there are 4 different font families to add on the page. And now I'm sure that the first thing that comes in your mind is that you're getting this, you're going back to the designer, telling him, I'm not doing this is crazy. Then you start arguing. The designer tells you that this is the best job he ever done. Then he brings the marketing guy. The marketing guy says, this was A/B tested, and people are buying this, so you need to do it. And then you get it, and you go back to your desk, and you start coding. So let me save you this time. Just don't argue. But let's see how we can do it, right? And here is Jack. Just look at it. As I said, laugh, say, this is not me, move on. So what is Jack suggesting to do in this case? It seems Jack goes on Google, copy-pastes what Google gives him, the 4 font families, put it on the site, and that works. Job is done. The page renders, still looks beautiful, but it's a little bit slow, right? Why is that? Because here we are loading the full font family with all font weights, which results in really big files to download and process. Additionally, the browser display strategy here, as it's not set, it's auto, which in most cases will hide the font will hide the text actually until the font is downloaded. So this is not good. Not to mention that this is downloaded from CDN, and as Andrey recommended today, don't do that, definitely. Many reasons, but let's see what we can do. So here is Michelangelo to give his version of this, right? And what is he suggesting is to actually just request the font weights we need. As you see here with 400 and 900, for example, with the first one. Even we can take this even further if we just request the letters we need. So this can even further shrink the file size. So this is really improving and fetching just what we need. Very important. Also, the display strategy here is swap. And as you all know, I hope, this is going to use the fallback font until the font is loaded, so the text immediately pops on the page. This is something that he can cook. Cool. Let's talk about images. We have these beautiful screens for desktop and mobile, as you can see. And the hero image is the same. That's fine. Then let's see how we can implement this. And here is Jack again. What is Jack doing? Just is using a HTML tag with the source image, and that's it. Move on. Image renders. What is the problem? Like everything just works, right? But again, there are a few things that can be improved here. First, we're using the same image for desktop and mobile. And in most cases, this is a big image, right? Because it's optimized to look good on a mobile, but then we go and render it on a desktop, but then you go and render it on a mobile. Then it's like a very big image that we render on like a very small. This is not good. Additionally, he's using the JPEG image media type, which is not completely optimized for the web and quite often results in big image files. Can we do a better job? Yes, of course, and this is to use the platform. We are just using the picture and the source HTML tags, and we add, for example, the type attribute, which defines different image media types. So we can provide WebP and AVIF, and then the browser will just pick the first one that it supports. What's good about the new formats is that often they result in smaller file sizes, right, while keeping the same quality. It's definitely a win-win situation. Additionally, we talked about using the same image for desktop and mobile, and this is not good due to the oversized images that we don't use in full potential on mobile. So here we can use completely different images for mobile and desktop. Where on mobile, for example, as you can see at the bottom, is just a crop from the desktop image, so we focus exactly on what is important on mobile. To do that, again, picture and source HTML tags together with the media attribute, so we render different images based on the browser viewport width. It's perfect, that's how we do it. Cool, one more about images. I guess some of you have seen this beautiful page. And then we have this background image which is behind the cards over there. And the image really takes all the available space. So let's see how we can do that. Here is Jack. So Jack suggests that we add a background image on a div element, for example, and then you just use the property background size cover. This way, the image will take all the available space, and now it solves all the problem we mentioned, right? But again, there are a few problems with this approach. First, the image will be discovered only when the HTML is parsed. The browser starts rendering the page, and when it gets to the div element with the image, then the browser knows that there is an image to fetch. You understand that this adds some additional time until the image pops on the page. Also, here we're losing the ability to render different images based on the browser support, on the media type, or the browser viewport width. And the image is not discovered by search engines or AI tools because it lives somewhere in the CSS, so it's not in the HTML. That's not good. Instead, we can do something very simple. Again, we just use the image tag, and this time we add a class object cover, which will make the image take all the available space, and now it solves all the problems I mentioned earlier. So object cover, this is the tailwind representation of the CSS object fit cover, right? And then you get the idea that the image will take all the available space, but now this can be combined with the picture and source set, so it's all set, we are ready to go. Okay, that was enough. So let's talk about accessibility, and we had a great presentation today that went more in depth about it. I just want to touch it from a little different perspective. So what you see here on the screen is a simple paragraph from the React Norway conference, where we have a read more link and a button to like it below with a heart. We as the developers, we kind of look at this and we understand it. Even we can test it, right? And the tests are usually something very simple. You just hover the button, you click it, you see that it all works, then you click on the link, it opens. So from our perspective, it's all set, no problem. Even though read more, again, is not a good thing that we should use for naming your links, but just for the example. Then let's try to understand how visually impaired people are consuming this content. So if you want, you can close your eyes and just try to listen and see if you understand what's going on here. Okay, I'll play the sound.
Way 2025, brought to you by Crystallize, is back. This time, we're scaling up, old school. You are currently on a link, read more. You are image, button, group. You are currently on a button.
Yeah, so here I'm using the screen reader on Mac, the built-in one. And as you heard, the text reads very well and it's very understandable, but then all of a sudden, read more, link, read more about what, right? Very unclear. And then the button is my favorite, like button image, image group, image button. What is doing? What is this button doing? No idea. So let's see what's the Jack approach here again. Very simple, as you can see. Just the link has read more, nothing else, no additional information where it's going to take us. And the button below is just an image, without explanation what's going to happen when I click it. What we should do instead here is to provide, for example, an ARIA labeled to the link that gives more detailed explanation of what the link, where the link is going to take us, right? To read more about React Norway. The good part about it is that if you really insist, or you or the designer insist on read more to be there visible on the page, then the ARIA label is not going to be on the page, right? But the screen readers will read it. So this is kind of keeping the same visuals, but then enhancing the screen reader, which is the good part. And kind of the same thing we can do with the button. So we can add a hidden text that, again, if we decide that we don't want to be on the page, even though it's good practice, right? We can hide it. And to do that, we can use a class from Tailwind, which is screen reader only, that will hide the text and it won't be visible on the page, but the screen readers will read it. So this now gives good explanation of what this button does. Great. One more about accessibility. We see this beautiful, simple page, headings and paragraphs, nothing crazy. So let's see how we can implement this. So what is Jack suggesting again is to use a bunch of span elements, right? It's nothing else, just span elements. And the ones that look like headings, they have different font family, size, and weight. And that's all. And that's not good. Because, again, if you use the screen reader is going to read all of this as a single chunk of text, because the screen reader doesn't know where one heading starts and where it ends. So how do we solve this problem? We use semantic HTML. And let's take, for example, the H1 here. But what is first semantic HTML actually, really? Semantic HTML element or attack clearly describe its meaning to both the developer and the browser. So when we have this H1 here, for example, both the developer and the browser know that this is a heading, kind of the most important heading on the page. And when the page is built using semantic HTML, the screen readers can easily navigate and find their way around because they know what are the headings, they know what, where is the paragraphs, and so on, right? Even some screen readers offer navigating backend for the headings. So we can switch and say go to the next heading, and then just read the one that you're interested in. There are a bunch of tools, as we saw earlier also, that can help us build accessible pages, and here I just shared one of them. Cool. Okay, so this is one of my favorites, talking about TypeScript. So we have, as the developers, we always try to make the product owner happy, the project manager happy, the client of the client happy, and sometimes we try to make TypeScript happy. But that may cause some unexpected issues later, right? We've all been there. Okay, so let's see what we have here. We have a component that takes title, description, products, and assets. And the first thing that we do ever, we just check that all of them, they exist. And if all they exist, then we don't need to do any other validation because TypeScript is happy, and then we just render the page. Job done. But not again. So before jumping into the next one, here, actually, even TypeScript is happy. If you take this one, and pretty much depends on your TypeScript configuration, but I'm sure that 90% of the cases, if you take this one, put it in your IDE, TypeScript will be happy, but still there is a way to make this component throw. Quiz time, how do you do that? What can go wrong so this component is going to throw an error? And nothing is going to be shown on the screen. What's a potential pitfall? See, there the types defined at the top. We validate, and then we render. And still this explodes. Yeah, who said assets first? Good job. Yeah, exactly. Good job. You got it. Those are the assets, right? So this is, as you said, the type says it may be missing, so undefined, or it's array of objects. But in this case, if you pass just an empty array, TypeScript is going to be happy, and you say, move on. But then when you try to dig into what's going inside in the array and read the property, that doesn't exist. And then it explodes. Whew. That's, at least personally, I fell into that trap a few times, so I know it by heart. That's why I'm sharing it. Be careful. Cool. So even though we make sure to pass images and everything is set, then we render this, and when we want to check what we get, and then we do this. Nothing really renders. And then you start wondering, like, where is the problem? Start checking the properties one at a time, validating, like, oh, having really hard time figuring out what's the problem. Because what we should do instead is just validate each property separately, also getting a chance to give some default values if needed. And here the point is, like, the other approach may sometimes work, this approach may sometimes work. I just want to make a point here that when we focus too much on making TypeScript happy, we often forget to actually check what our users get. And this is the most important, right? We are building it for the users. We're not building it for TypeScript. So don't focus too much on just TypeScript to be always happy. Think about it. Okay, one more about JavaScript. We all seen this pattern where we scroll to the bottom of the page and then we load more items. Or there may be a button to click and load more. So this is loading on demand. So really nothing crazy, a quite standard pattern. So let's see what we can do about it and implement it. So here is Jack. Hey, Jack. So what is Jack suggesting here? The first line at the top is to fetch all products. And after that, when we fetch all products, we just slice a segment of them and render them. And when we click the load more button or scroll to the bottom of the page, we just slice a bigger fragment of the array. And job is done. The user gets more items. What's the problem? Not quite, right? We don't do that. Why? There are at least few problems with this approach. First, the user may never request actually more items, but despite that, we get to download all of them, which adds more megabytes to download and process. Second, imagine that there are 1 million items. Then all of a sudden, we are fetching 1 million items and trying to parse that on the single thread JavaScript, and the user interacts with the page, and then all of a sudden, this leads to really bad user experience because everything starts getting laggy. You scroll, nothing moves. You click, nothing opens. Like, this leads to really bad user experience. What you should do instead, and it's very simple, right? We fetch on demand. So we scroll close to the bottom of the list, or we click the load more button, we make a request, fetch the next page, and then render it and show it to the user. If we do that in a manner where we start fetching a little bit earlier, even the user may never understand that actually we're fetching on demand. So this is the way to go. Okay, let's talk about and see how easy we can get to an extreme when we talk about fetching data. So what you see here on the left is a single GraphQL query that gets a product for several languages: English, French, Spanish, Bulgarian, whatsoever. And when you look at the query, it doesn't look that big, right? It's just like at least the number of lines, of code of lines, because it's like, it is big, it's okay. And then we can use fragments, right, in Java, with GraphQL, and let's see how the fragments look on the right. So we have an item and product fragment at the top, and the two fragments are consuming a third fragment, which is called the component fragment, and the component fragment consumes subfragments with more data, and then as a result of this one single query, we end up with a JSON response of tens of megabytes. Right? This is insane. So imagine all the time that is needed to get that on the server work makes it, and then transfer it down to the client. So GraphQL gives us this power, but we should be really responsible on how we use it. This is the key takeaway. How can we improve and speed up this? We can improve and speed up, for example, when we split the query and fetch the product per language. So instead of having one huge query, we split it into multiple queries and run them in parallel. So this way, the server can also scale horizontally and add more computing power when it sees that more requests are coming. The server scale, handles all of them, and then sends down the response in parallel again, right? So this is definitely a win-win situation on both sides. Of course, here we should be responsible on how many requests we send at once, because the server may start blocking us if we see that too many requests are coming from the same IP, right? Cool. Let's talk about third-party scripts. We all know how easy it is to use them, and that's no wonder why we are using them all the time. But we should be careful, because that may cause some unexpected issues later when we start actually using the app. The script, as is written here, will start downloading and executing the moment the browser gets to this line of code, regardless if there is something more important to run on the background, or not even background. More important of what I'm talking about is, for example, user interactions, right? The user is viewing the page, trying to click or scroll down, and then all of a sudden we started downloading and parsing the script, executing it, and then again everything is mashed up in the single thread JavaScript, and that leads to bad user experience. What we can do instead is to defer the script or load it later when the main thread is free and available, or even better, you can use a framework like Partytown, for example, where the script can be loaded in a web worker, so it's not on a main thread. And we can take this even one step further and pre-connect to the host from which we're going to download the script. So by the time when we start downloading the script, the DNS lookup will be completed, and then we'll be connected to the host and start downloading it right away. Right? So here, again, when you're using any framework, in most cases, the framework will take care of for a third-party script, so you don't need to worry. But if you're like reviewing AI-generated code, for example, it's good to know how it works and what it does, right? Just an example. Cool. So this is one of the issues that don't have a single direct cause, but usually there are many different problems that are leading to this problem. And if you remember in the beginning, in the presentation, I said this is based on a true story. This is a true story. So what you see here on the screen is a single index HTML file that renders a page, has size of 42 megabytes. I was like, is this like even possible? Like, who do that? Why? How? This is real. Imagine the time that is needed to actually get that page from the server, process it on the client, and then when we download these megabytes, we start downloading fonts, images, scripts, whatever, right? It's like insane amount of megabytes that we need to transfer before we really render the page. Here, if I can point out one reason for these big files, I would definitely blame it on JavaScript. That's where JavaScript just keep pumping more JavaScript leads to that. use CSS, as we heard earlier. How can we improve that? We just offload the initial indexed HTML page. So we can quickly download the page and render the content above the fold so the user get to see something, right? And then on the background, we can download the rest of the page while the user is just viewing or reading something, right? Not interacting with the page. Cool. Okay, this is one of the things was mentioned earlier in one of the presentations by Radoslav. But let's talk about FAQs and how we can build them. So the frequently asked questions give answers to some of the most common doubts, thus helping people to quickly find what they need. The FAQs usually are built as shown here. We have a question that is first initially visible, then we click on it, the section below expands, and then you get to see the answer. Nothing crazy, right? It's quite standard pattern for building FAQs. So let's see. Here is Jack. You look, you laugh, and move on. So what is Jack suggesting is to have the title in a button, and I guess because it's clickable, right? So when we click on the title, using JavaScript, we show the answer below. It eventually works. The user gets to see the answer. Again, there are few problems with this approach, though. First, the content, the answer actually is never discovered by search engines or AI tools because it lives somewhere in the JavaScript. It's not in the HTML. Second, even if you manage to get some people to your page and they try to use Command F or Control F to search content on the page, the answer will never pop because it's not again on the page. And these people are quite often doing that, where we're trying to just like search quickly in the page and find something. How can we solve that? We're gonna use the platform. Actually, do you remember Remix? I guess you remember at least. Anybody using Remix actively or? Nice, one, two, a few people. Okay, that's great. Yeah, so what is Remix promoting about, right? Use the platform, use what's native in the browser. And that's really good advice. So it turned out that actually there is a built-in feature that we can use to build our FAQs, and this is the details and summary HTML tags. So how it works, initially only the summary is visible, and when we click on the summary, the section expands and shows the details below. But this time the difference is that the answer of the question is already on the page from the get-go. So it's visible for search engines and AI tools, as I said. And I really was like mind blown the moment I realized that actually if you use Command F, the browser can open it. And I'll show now, oops, I'm sorry, that's over here. So here I search for headless commerce, I'll play it again, I guess, for headless commerce platform on our page. And the moment that browser gets to the FAQs, the browser actually opens the details and highlights the match which is inside the answer in the details, right? This is really mind-blowing. So the browser can open it for us. We don't need to do that and highlight the match. I think this is really powerful while using the platform. I think you're going to have a hard time if you try to do that just using JavaScript. Cool. Let's talk about marketing and what we can do to promote and get our page a little bit more visible. And the first thing that I have here is setting the canonical URL. So what is canonical URL? Canonical URL tells the search engines what's the most representative page from a set of duplicate pages on your site. As you can see here, I have two pages which have similar content, but there are multiple paths or multiple URLs. See, the one has EN, for example, the other one doesn't have it, that are leading to the same content. So the search engines, they don't know which of the two to score and promote because they have both similar content, and actually the two pages are competing between them. So what you can do to actually tell the search engines to which is the kind of the source of the truth is to set the canonical URL. And setting the canonical URL is really straightforward, nothing crazy. So we go in the duplicate page, and in the head we add a link tag with the canonical relation attribute, and we pass as href the original source of truth. And that's enough for the search engines to know which of the two pages is the main page that they should target. Again, it's one of the things that is like we often forget to do, very easy to do, but we just forget to do. Okay, so we are all on social media and so much used to it that sometimes we get certain things for granted. And what I'm talking about is sharing on links on social media. We are all used to get a nice image with a title and a description, but we need to do something and set our metadata, right? And what is the metadata that we need to set on a page? This is a bunch of link tag with OG attributes that give all this information, so the social networks, they can read that information and render the preview. This is pretty standard. Again, if we use any framework, like in this case Next.js, we can use a function which is generate metadata, and then we just provide all the information that is needed there. And the framework will take care of generating the links and OG tags and making sure that everything is set, which is really good, right? We don't need to do much except we provide the data. And meta tags.io, this is a tool that helps you to preview URLs on different social networks. I think it's really useful, so just use it when you have a chance. I think this helps a lot to see how we are doing there. One more about marketing, and this is setting a structured data. So what is structured data? The structured data organizes the information in the standardized format, so it makes it easily processable by software and humans alike. So when we have our structured data, for example, on a product page set, then, for example, like in this case is Google, you search for something similar, then Google can render your product and display a nice image, price, brand, and give all that information because we provided this information in our structured standardized formats, right? So then this makes it really easily processable by search engines and also AI tools because they also can read this data. How do we set that? Depends on what type of data we want to set a structured data. There is a schema, very easy, we just follow the schema, right? So what you see here on the screen is the schema for a product. And we just provide all the data that is needed, and then we are all set. There are different schemas for FAQs, comments, articles, a lot of different things, just you need to find the one that you need. Once you have the schema set, you just add it to the script tag on your page, and that's all you need to do. Again, very straightforward. I think it's already 5 o'clock, running out of time. I was really close to getting to the 20 fundamentals, but I think I don't want to keep you more. I know that you're all thirsty now. So that was all from me. Thank you. Any questions, or we can discuss them later while having a drink?
Let's go have a drink, I guess. I just need to ask you two things. First, picture. I think I'll have to, take multiple. Anyway, I'll do my best. So, you over there say Redux. You over here, you can say yarn, if that's still a thing. And you over there, you can say I don't know. I didn't think this through. Sorry. You can also say Redux. I don't mind. All right. Thank you. And the last thing I wanna ask you is, well, in my opinion, after this whole day, this is kind of as good as it gets. So please give a big round of applause to all of our 11 speakers. And that's it. I've been told that we need to evacuate this room because dinner will be here at 7:30. So that's the next thing we got to do. Thank you so much. You were amazing, and I'll see you next year, hopefully. Bye-bye.
It's on. Hey, I think we forgot someone. He did an amazing job today. I think we can all give a big clap to Pedro. Pedrito! Thank you.